19, 2021, Wednesday. This is meeting 3 of this week. What are we doing tomorrow, Chris?
Tomorrow at 7:15, you're all invited to a breakfast meeting where I'm going to present in 3 minutes, just so you know. We each have 3 minutes to lightning round the priorities.
All right.
Please, we'll see you first thing in the morning.
Okay. We see each other more than we see our family members this week. So anyway, it is May 19th, 2021. This is a work session. For anybody who might be commenting from the public online with Zoom, we'll go over those procedures, but basically you'll need to let us know that you want to comment by using the raise hand feature on Zoom. We have one agenda item on our written agenda tonight, the departmental budget presentations. So I want to call your attention to the fact that we still want to have a general discussion of budget review. On the staff report item 1, you'll see 30 minutes set aside for that does not appear on the formal agenda itself. We also want to have some time to get a report from our city administrator and staff who've been working hard since Monday night on the details of a public safety mill levy. So after consulting with our city attorney, section 2-226 of our city ordinance gives the mayor the ability to change a work session agenda at the work session with the consensus of the council. So my proposal is that we add a second agenda on our formal agenda that will be budget review and public safety mill levy discussion. So is there any objection to doing so? Okay, then that counts as our consensus, so that is our second item on our agenda then. With that, we'll then proceed to the first item, which is our aviation update. Before we ask Kevin Plone, though, Chris Kukulski, do you have anything for the good of the order this evening?
Nothing prior to getting to that general overview of the budget, so I suggest we dive in.
Okay, very good. Kevin Plone, that's all yours.
Good evening, members of the council and Mr. Mayor. Let me pull up my screen here. All right. Everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, the opportunity to kind of talk a little bit about our operation tonight, going into the next budget year. It's been an interesting year, and so let's just dive right in with, we'll start with the airport. And this picture here, and I'm sure some of you have seen this before, is the great room area. And in a couple slides, I'm going to show you what that great room area looks at today. And then for Chris's benefit, we put the city logo right on the fireplace. All right, so airport accomplishments. Well, first and foremost, we weathered the COVID storm. I'd like to take my hat off to all of the employees that work for the Aviation Transit Department and for the city in general that worked. You know, we were open basically every single day during this event with our folks out there doing the things that they needed to do to keep our operations running. And we did it in a safe manner, and everybody survived it very well. So kudos to them. Subsequently, we had another freight and cargo record year. Obviously, a lot of people sat at home and shopped online, and that obviously led to more freight and cargo records. So good news on that front. And then the major accomplishment was that we had a very mild winter, and our construction crews were able to continue to work right on through, for the most part, except for about 2 weeks in February. And the result is this. This is the look from the east to the west, where the new great room will be. You can see most of the steel is about done, and it's a very large area. Second picture here kind of reflects a little bit longer where it is. You can see here the The blue skin on the right is the A concourse, moving to the left. And if you look close enough, you can see that there's actually windows in that side of the building now. And we'll be putting they're actually roofing it right now, and they hope to have the skylight on in the next week and have that all sealed in so they can start the finish work. So they're clipping right along. And then while that's taking place, they'll continue to put the exterior on the great room area. Some challenges. Well, there's an anticipated quick recovery coming this summer. We have more seats on airlines this summer than we had in our record year in 2019. We're seeing that across the state, in fact, and it's okay. It's a great news if following things don't happen. It does cause us some issues with aircraft parking. We have less parking spots right now because of the construction project. We had like one of our Air Delta is going to have 3 planes on the ground overnight. That's going to be some challenges there. The biggest concern for this thing to really take off is the lack of car rentals. The car rental companies have not been able to get any new cars, mostly because they're having a hard time getting them off production lines. So without car rentals, that could stymie a little bit the number of people that actually decide to go someplace this summer. Another challenge that we have, obviously, with the whole COVID thing still taking place a little bit, we're going to have significantly more people in our terminal, and especially our little hold rooms that we're using right now. Now, the mask mandate is still in place. We're having some trouble already enforcing that because the community is basically not wearing masks much anymore. So when they come up to the airport, some of them are going, well, I thought this was over. Well, it's not if you're a federally funded transportation hub like ourselves and MET. So a few challenges. These are things that are very manageable, and we look forward to hopefully the number of customers coming back that we're used to. Just a quick look at the employment numbers. You can see that the amount that we've been off has been slowly getting better. If the things come to fruition, we can see that closer to 5% down instead of 25. For the month of May right now, as of through the day, through the TSA screening point, we are down only about 15%. So we're seeing some people starting to get back on the aircrafts. On the revenue side, this is kind of a quick breakdown of our revenues by category. Our rental concession, leases, and the other pieces that go to that generate about $2.2 million for us. Our parking concession, which is normally close to $2 million, isn't coming back nearly as quick as the car rentals. Part of the reason the car rentals have been able to do better is because even though they have less cars, they are charging more, and we do get a percent of that revenue. So parking concessions are down about $600,000 compared to what we normally would expect. Airline landing fees, they bounce around anywhere between 1.3 million and where this is $1 million. So that's not too far out of whack. And the terminal rentals are actually down a little bit, and that's by design. Part of our COVID funds were to help, give the relief to the airlines. And so I'll talk a little bit more about that in a slide or two. Then our regular leases, those actually don't adjust much. Those are mostly ground leases, and that 1.4 million was actually increased a little bit by a CPIU. And our other concessions are down a significant amount. Those include the gift shop, the restaurant, and then our advertising program. So, those are slowly coming back, and hopefully this time next year we can report much better numbers. Comparison of projected 21 to our fiscal 22, you can see that numbers are up a little bit across the board on all fronts, and which is good. COVID funds that we received helped us tidal through this, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that shortly. You can see here, this matches up with the expenses. We actually come out ahead this year on our projected budget and in our current proposed budget. When you look at all of this, it shows you the federal grants, about $9.5 million. This is for mostly the terminal project. We do have one ramp project for about $1.6 million in this. Passenger facility charges and customer facility charges. We do not have any capital identified for those two this year. We'll let those funds continue to accumulate. Some of the customer facility charges gets used to cover the debt service on the car wash facility that we built 10 years ago, and that'll continue. Then we're anticipating having to use some of our airport bond revenue funds or our financing from First Interstate Bank to the tune of about $8 million. While our grant funds do pretty well, they get us through about a portion of the year, and we're at that point where we don't have a new grant yet, and we're having to start drawing down, and that'll happen throughout the next year as well. And this is the project that we intend to do. This is with our local funds. This is being somewhat supported by the actual COVID relief funds. We got a couple of bigger projects in there that we have to touch up our water tower a little bit. Every 15 years or so, that paint starts to get pretty faded, and we need to get it brighter so that it's not an obstruction issue. And then we're going to use some of the COVID funds to actually do some enhancements in our business park. If we're going to do any further development on this airport from a commercial standpoint, it's going to have to be out there. We're just kind of landlocked up here. So we're going to start looking at putting in some additional storm sewer and these roads, and maybe enhance the water system somewhat as well. The rest are kind of run-of-the-mill stuff. Got a vehicle and a floor sweeper. One of the things we want to do before we open up the terminal for the grand opening is update the baggage claim area a little bit with some new carpeting and redo those restrooms down in that baggage claim area so that it's got a fresher look, more in line with what's up on the concourse. And then our attendants at the booths at the parking lot are metal containers basically, and the floors on a couple of them have started to rust out, so we got plywood in there to hold them up. So time for those to get replaced as well. So if you can see here, we got about $2 million left over above expenditures, which is great. Now those funds partly will go to cover some of our local capital match needs, but some of it's going to actually get put back into the rate base for the airlines to help reduce their impact for their costs here at this Billings airport. And a COVID update for you. And there's been 3 bills out there that we take funds from. CARES Act, BRIS Act, and then the latest one is the ARP Act. The first 2 we've actually got grants for. You can see here that we've actually been using some of the CARES Act funds, about 4.7 million more. And then we use a little bit of the CARISA funds as well, about 7.5 million, or 750,000. But we haven't seen the ARPA Act one yet. Now this 10 million is an estimate. It could be plus or minus a couple million. We're not exactly sure where that's going to fall based on what we can determine from what the FAA has told us. But we know it's going to still be a pretty healthy chunk. So one of the things that I'm looking at is because we still have about 8 million in CARES. The CARES Act, each one of these has a little bit different language to it. The CARES Act will allow us to utilize some of those funds for development purposes, which in this case could be turned around and used for capital on the terminal building. We're going to explore that with the FAA shortly. If I can take those 8 million out of there, if I get a significant amount in the ARPA Act to replace those funds, then I think we're going to be in great shape. And that will impact this, next slide, I guess. This slide, actually. Last year, I showed you a similar slide, except that the bond financing number was closer to 24 million. At this point in time, I think it's at least 20. If we can take some of those CARES Act funds and roll those into the construction project as well, we can significantly drop that dollar amount more. So good news in that front. So last year, during this same process, we went through the pros and cons of actually starting this building process. A lot of airports decided to delay. Thank goodness we were all on the same page, and our contractor told us the decision to proceed was a very wise one because they are seeing construction costs across the board about 30% higher today. And this was confirmed for me when I had a conversation with the Glacier International Park up in Kalispell, their airport director. They are one of the airports that decided to delay their project. It was a $100 million project. When they rebid it again this year, it was a $130 million project. So by moving forward, we saved ourselves a significant amount of money. On to Met Transit. Transit achievements. So one of the best pieces of news that we have for transit is they implemented this Echo Line paratransit dispatching software. We had a demonstration with this with our Aviation and Transit Board, and I mean, it was impressive. This thing does about 10 times more than our previous dispatching software and was a very good investment. And it actually costs us less per year to maintain. So very happy with that one. We successfully navigated the COVID situation, and with the protocols, we had to put a lot of safety protocols into place last year to operate those buses for the public, and I think we did it quite successfully. And another good piece of stroke of genius here on our transit staff's part is to go digital with our fare system, the Pass Digital system. It allows us to do like you can with an airline. You come up with your phone and your ticket's on there, so you can get on a bus without having to actually have paper. So that's becoming very popular. And then one of the biggest pieces that they did that now has impacted them for now and going into the future, and some of our capital items are actually related to this, is that they had to develop a federally required public transit safety action plan. Now this plan basically looks at everything, and it's all about being safe. And it's all about 1.5 inches thick, and it's got a lot of things in it. So I'll talk a little bit about that with one of our capital projects that we're gonna have to do. And then the big news is we're gonna get some buses here very darn soon. I'm told end of July, and then maybe again in September, 2 different lots of buses coming in. And this is what these new buses look like. So before they're painted, they're this white color up here. So this is what stock issue looks like. And then the color scheme will be what you see down here on the right-hand corner with the logo on it. If you look real close, you can see the logo up there on the top of the driver's seat. So we're anxious to see those show up, and we'll be happy to give everybody a free ride. Challenges. One of our biggest one has been finding qualified drivers. We have vacancies continually, in some cases as many as 6 or 7 at a time. We've had a couple times where we've been so low, we've had to basically disallow vacations to make sure we can keep enough people on, cover all of the routes. We're trying a number of things. We thought we were on the right path, and we got down to about only 1 or 2, and then now we're back up to about 5 again. So it's just kind of a yo-yo system for us. We're also working real hard to develop partnerships with some of the local businesses and agencies around town to support transit system by utilizing it. Trying to convince them that a better deal to ride the bus than to actually everybody drive to work. And then we're improving and expanding the service of the growing community. This is one of our biggest challenges because to do this costs money. Well, we're a little flush right now. You got to keep in mind that we still have another 8 buses to replace once these new ones show up. And it'll be just a few years down the road. And there's no guarantee we're going to have another event like we had with the COVID to have all this extra funding come to play. So we got to make sure we have the funds in the bank to replace those buses when they show up. So expanding the community service has been a real challenge, especially looking to go to the West End a little bit. We really like to do it, but right now we're looking at it. One of the things we are looking at is making service better. So staff down there is doing a great job of trying to come up with some greater alternatives. Hopefully that'll all work out. And then like the airport, enforcing the federal mask mandate. A little bit of a challenge right now. Ridership for Met has continually got a little better. I don't think we're going to see some significant changes until we get to next school season when everything gets back to more normal with the children on the buses. Given that during the months of September through May, we have a lot of middle school kids that ride on our system, and they are a significant portion of our ridership. That kind of disappeared this last year. So once we get back into the late September, October area, I think we'll see those numbers start to bounce a little bit. Okay, so we're looking at last year's, or the current year's budget. We budgeted 6.9 million in revenues. We're anticipating 6.6 million coming in, so we're staying right about pretty close, within 300,000. And ideally, the projected budget is coming in about the same, 300,000 less than the budgeted. So these graphs do a really good job of identifying where our funds come from. You can see here about 53% or 3.5 million comes from federal and state funding. And then the other 2.4 million from transit levy, our mill levy. So fares don't generate a lot for us, about 10% is all. But so we really are dependent on federal and on the mill levies to fund us. The difference between this year, next year, and then past years is that we've had the CARES Act to kind of supplement it through. So we're doing just fine at this point in time. On the expense side, this is real telling that 74% of our expenditures is particularly labor. We're very labor intensive. While maintaining, the initial capital cost is expensive, it's the actual day-to-day operation that really those labor numbers eat up on. Other consists of, just basic office supplies, the parts to keep the buses running, that kind of stuff. And then, of course, fuel. As fuel goes up in price, that number goes up and impacts us a little bit too. So for this year's budget, similar percentages across the board on the bottom. Revenue numbers go up a little bit. We're up about $500,000 on the federal and state side, which is good news. About 50,000 on the transit mill levy. So we ended up with a little extra money based on that. We'll see how that plays out in the end. You get down to the bottom line here, which is this slide. You can show we have about 1.3 million of revenues over expenditures. About half of that we'll be utilizing for local share on our matches. As you can see here, we've got capital grants of about 6.9 million. Our local share is usually about 20%. That would have translated into about 1.7 million. But because of the CARES Act and utilizing them at about 100%, that allows us to only have about an 8.8% local match, which is great. So it generates about 7.5 for capital. And this is how we're going to spend that 7.5. Most of it's on the buses. We'll be putting out, $6,374,000 for those 17 new buses that show up between now and October. We're going to do a little bit of remodeling in the Metroplex. This is one of the items that I was referring to with the safety plan. We just need to put some space in place so that we can have our drivers sit down at computer modules where they're not going to get interrupted if there all of a sudden has to be a meeting in the conference room or something like that. Big issue is the driver training lot. We have a piece of ground next to the Met that's unpaved, and it's kind of a wear yard for a long time. We're going to utilize that space. This is where we will actually put up cones and have our drivers make sure that they are still proficient at driving that bus, backing it up, doing all those things. Also provides us a great place to train new drivers, make sure that they're proficient before we put them out on the road. So we're very excited about those two items. Our skylight that runs across most of the Metroplex is obviously about 40 years old, since that was built in 1982, and has a little bit of a leakage problem. So we're gonna work on getting that replaced. And then we need one van and a couple of support vehicles. And that's our capital program at Met. From the COVID relief funds perspective here, Met got 5.3 initially from the CARES Act. We've used about 819,000 for operations. And then when the buses show up, we'll use about 2.249 for to pay for the buses. And good news, the state notified us that some of their CARES Act funding from the DOT will be transferred to us as well. So we're looking at getting about 1.3 million. And then on the CARES Act, Met got $0 out of that. Most of those in the CRISA Act went to the very large urban places like New York, Boston, places where they had very large transportation systems and they needed funding for new buses as well. So the small urbans like us didn't get anything. Montana got $0 out of that deal. And then the newest act, the ARPA Act, we've been notified that we'll get about $1,346,000. So all good news in that end too. We have one departmental position request. We're looking at doing one position that will split 50-50 between airport and Met. Most of it is for marketing. We both have concession programs that we utilize as part of our revenue stream. Both of those programs have diminished greatly over the last number of years. There's a couple of concessionaires out there for the airport industry that will only look at large airports now, and so we haven't had any help in that area. We're trying to do it in-house, but it's not working out real well. And then, and same thing with transit. Theirs is continuing to drop. We're going to look at some options there as well. And then the other big issue for us is since we are out there looking for customers, as opposed to some of the other city departments where the customers come looking for them, we need to do a better job on marketing our department, our services. So one of the things we really want to do is bolster our social media presence. Right now the airport has 0 and Met has a very little one. And so we really want to get that up and running because that's how people find things anymore, is on that social media front. So we're looking at doing that. Just to kind of give you a taste of what the concession program is, this is the airports. Our phone board is basically blank. It's got more BIL ones in there than it does customers. And then our other board over the baggage claim area has got basically 2 in it. This one used to be full all of the time. So there's been a change in the way. We're going to now look at doing some kind of media, fixed media like this, film type media, etc. Things that catch people's eye. So we really want to bolster that, and we just need someone who can focus on this particular thing full time for us. And then as a final for the Met side, they do bus wraps. We haven't had a full bus wrap in, 3 or 4 or 5 years now. And these are big revenue sources for us if we can get these done. And we just really need to get somebody out there and see if something can be changed in that arena so that we can continue to increase those revenues. That's my pitch. I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. If you can collapse screen, thank you very much. Questions for Kevin Plone? We got so much information, we're questioned out. Councilmember Purington.
Just a quick question, Kevin. Thank you. What do you do with the money that you're flush with? You said you're flush now, so what are you doing with the money?
For what, Met, or for the airport?
Airport.
Or for both? Well, for the airport, part of that will go towards back to the airlines. The way our contract works with those is that it's a residual deal. So where we miss on our budget and don't have enough revenues, we can go back to them and have them make that up for us. But in years where, like this year, where we have extra funds and they're having trouble, we put that back into the rate base and it lowers their landing fees and their terminal rent so that they're not paying as much. And that's basically what the CARES Act was all about in the first place, was kind of to help everybody in the industry. So that's what we're going to use some of it for. Particularly the CARES Act I'll probably use for the terminal, but the ARPA Act would be very useful in that regard.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I probably didn't ask that question correctly. So if you have money sitting there and you're not using it right now, do you have a fund where it collects interest?
Yes, Andy's staff takes all of the city's funds and they reinvest it. And I'm sure it's generating all kinds of money right now because interest rates are so high. But yeah, that's where it's going.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brevoort.
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin, the one complaint or question that I hear more often than anything is why do we have to drive to Bozeman to get cheap airline tickets?
Now, Councilman Ewald, Mayor and Command Council, I never hear that question. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. We don't. Actually, that used to be the case before Frontier came to Billings, which is a true low-cost carrier. That was a real concern because people were driving to Bozeman to get on a Frontier flight for very cheap prices. Now the Frontier's here and they're starting to bolster their service again. There shouldn't be any issue. The only difference being is that Bozeman now has a lot of direct flights to a number of destinations that we do not. But you know, in the end, you got your time's worth something. You got an additional parking fee. It's all, you know, it all adds up. I'm not so sure it's actually that much cheaper.
Councilor Rebo, you had something else?
So, Kevin, this complaints and that I've been hearing and comments is recently where they go there and save $200 to $300 a ticket plus everything combined, the parking at the airport and the whole works. So I was just wondering if there's something we can do to probably get some cheaper flights out of here. Now, you know, it's what, a 2-hour drive from here to Bozeman? And so it takes a little bit of time to do that too, so.
Yes. Well, Councilman, Council, Mayor, recently the ticket prices have been very, very, during the whole last year, they were about as cheap as you ever will see them. You can get tickets out of here for $200 just about anywhere. That's not the case anymore. One of the things Bozeman has that we don't have yet is that they've got so much service now that I think some of the airlines are starting to regret even going in there because there's too much capacity there, and they're worried about having enough people flying on them. So when we just met with all of the airlines back in March and discussed at length, you know, coming to Billings to, you know, go to the park, it's a much better drive over the Beartooth Path, all of those good things. And in all cases, they initially looked at Bozeman, but a couple of them actually said that, you know, this is probably a one-time deal for Bozeman because they know the market's changed right now. There is no business travel per se. It's all leisure, and that they're all looking at some way to put leisure people into Montana. Kalispell's got significantly more seats. Missoula's got more seats. We have more seats, and Bozeman's got way more seats. At some point, especially if there's no cars to rent and people start backing down, there's going to be a lot of planes sitting on the ground half empty. And when that happens, the seat prices start to get a little lower. So it all depends on supply and demand. We really can't help that much. It's kind of an airline deal. It's given that they've been losing money for a long time, they kind of have a deaf ear for us at requesting them to lower their fees.
Thank you, Kevin.
Okay, Councilmember Ronnie and Councilmember Denise.
Well, if Roy's about the same subject, go ahead and then.
Councilmember Denise.
Thank you. Kevin, you brought up the comment about nonstop flights and things like that. And that's actually one of the concerns I have. I think there is some nonstop flights to Chicago now. I don't know if we have any down to LA or San Diego. But even the one from Chicago is a short season flight. What can the airport do? I see you're adding a half a marketing specialist here. Is that person going to be able to go out there and try and solicit some of these airlines to give us, longer season non-stops to the larger cities around the country?
Well, I think that position would be real beneficial for us to work hand in hand with like Visit Billings, because when we've noticed that when Visit Billings really promotes the area in a community like a Chicago or a Dallas, we really see significant increases in the amount of people coming out of those areas. Now with American taking on the Chicago for the first time, usually we only would have about 6 weeks of Chicago service. This year it's June through the first part of October. That's the longest we've ever had it. Very excited about that. I think if we can, if that turns into a successful venture, American could very well be extending that. It's a great route going to the east. We also have service summer to LA and San Diego on Allegiant. So we do have some service getting in and out here. One of the things that I know service is a very great thing, but for an airline, unless you are operating in that arena, an Allegiant or a Southwest Airlines, it doesn't work for a lot of them. I mean, they make their money running everybody through a hub so that they can actually pull lots of people from different directions and spread them out, and I'm sure you're well aware of that. So we talk to them all the time about that, and they really like their hub system. So that's not much I can do about it other than we just keep talking to them.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ryan, we'll try to wrap up. We're almost 15 minutes behind.
Thank you. You kind of dived into a little bit of my question about the difference between nonstop and direct. So people tend to think they're the same. They're not. They're two different things. But and you mentioned that about the hub system, which would be a direct flight. So a person doesn't get off the plane or they stay with the same plane number. That's a direct flight versus a nonstop flight. But and you also mentioned something else, which was Southwest Airlines. Those are probably the two biggest questions I get related to the airport is, will Billings see Southwest come in our direction? And will we see more nonstop flights, or are we going to consistently see the direct flights?
You know, I think we'll see some of that. You know, a lot of it depends on how things go here. The airlines are looking for any kind of revenue they can generate right now because the business got not coming back very quickly. So a lot of it has to do with leisure travel. Delta, you know, we've been pushing them for Atlanta service for a long time. And in this last conversation, he said that that's something that they're actually looking at for Atlanta, maybe in a year out. So we'll see how that plays out. Southwest is another question mark. You know, about 3 years ago, I asked them if they'd ever be doing seasonal service coming to places like Montana, and they said, yeah, in about 10 years. And lo and behold, they showed up at Bozeman this year. And the only reason that happened is because leisure travel was the only thing out there, and they knew that they had to do something to stay alive, get any revenue they could. So they put people they're putting those planes into Bozeman. If that goes well, it'll be similar to what happened with us with American. You know, they look at Montana and go, well, there's actually some money to be made in Montana, and they start looking at other markets to go to. So I wouldn't take it off the table, but it might take a minute to get here.
Chris, and then we'll move on.
I'll keep it brief. Thanks, Mayor. So remember, our quality of our community matters in this regard too. So Billings has been doing a number of things over the years to partner. A lot of what moved Bozeman in a very different direction here. Big Sky certainly helped, but they were taking risks. People were guaranteeing airlines profit. And if they didn't make the profit, they were going to fill the hole with money. What they found was they didn't have to fill that hole. And that has just snowballed in the past 7-8 years is one of the most significant pieces. So quality of community, taking some risk, which kind of goes to my last point I want to make. My emphasis to Kevin is I realize this is a city-owned airport, but no local property tax dollars go into the airport. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. My point is I want him and future leaders of that airport to not treat it like it is a city local government run facility. It has to compete with the best airports out there. So as he's bringing marketing people to the table, no, we don't generally hire a lot of marketers to work for the city. But this may be the first of several things you see in the near term of how we elevate our airport to compete with the best of them out there. And Kevin and his team is doing a great job. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on then to our Public Works presentation. I don't know if that's Debbie or Jennifer. Debbie.
Me and Jennifer. She's going to do the second half. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to present this evening. Okay, so I know there's a lot of slides here, but we have also sent most of this information out to all of you during our annual report and also some of the weekly information that we send with Chris's report. So mostly I wanted it in this presentation so that if you had a chance to read it, you could, but we won't go through all of the details of this. This might be really awkward, but I would like to have all of the Public Works division managers turn on their cameras really quick and introduce themselves. We have 3 out of 6 new division managers here that you have not met, so I wanted to just give them all a chance to introduce themselves. Let me stop share for 1 second. Go ahead, you guys.
I think most of you know me, but I am Jennifer Duray, Deputy Director of Public Works.
My name's Scott Emmerich. I'm with the Distribution and Collection Division.
I'm Mac Fogelsong, City Engineer, and I've been here for 3 months.
I am Boris Krizak. I'm the Manager for the Environmental Affairs Division.
Good evening, I'm Louis Engels. I'm responsible for the water and wastewater treatment.
Al Foreman, Solid Waste Manager.
Derek Miller, I'm the Manager for the Street Traffic Division.
Oops, it's muted.
Okay, so you've seen all of the department or division managers now. I know that was quick, but wanted to at least have you see their faces. So that is our team. And the next few slides just talk very briefly about what Public Works is. Most of you have seen this because you've all been on council for at least a year or more. So you've seen all of this information for the most part. Obviously, the big number there is a $6.5 billion that we manage in facilities and assets. And we have about 261 full-time employees with some seasonals as well. This is a list of the core services we provide, anything from streets, street lights, signals, storm water, drinking water, sanitary sewer, and solid waste are all part of the umbrella under Public Works. So looking at what we have done in the last year, these are some exciting numbers to us, and they were part of the year annual report. So I will just highlight a couple of things here. You can see again, we did about $65 million in capital projects last year. And the one neat thing there is that 4th bullet where we talk about doing in-house design for about 10 million of those projects. That saves us about $1 million every year in professional services for different projects that we do. So that's a cost savings that we put into place, and we were able to hire enough engineers to provide those services in-house. And you can see that change order percentage of less than about 0.5%. Our street maintenance group was busy again this year. With 1,200 lane miles of streets, it takes a lot to keep those maintained. We also have quite a few miles of alleys. You can see 125 miles of alleys, gravel streets, pretty big number of street lights. And like I said, I'll give you, all of these are in your packet so you can have a chance to read through them when you have time. But one of the things that I learned this year is that we have literally tens of thousands of sprinkler heads. That was something that I guess I hadn't considered how much we do there, but tens of thousands, literally. Traffic management, again, with the number of miles of roads that we have, almost 500 miles of roads, it's quite a bit of work. We do have 15 roundabouts now. As you can imagine, that takes quite a lot of work to keep those looking good. And the stormwater system, we're up to almost 300 miles of storm drain of the mains. We have 9,000 inlets, and I know after a rain, you guys tend to get quite a few calls about the storm drain. With 9,000 inlets, it's a constant battle to keep up on cleaning those all out and making sure that they're all working properly. With all of the things that I brought up, that last bullet on this one, enforce compliance with MS4 permit, everything we do has a regulatory component with the work. Stormwater is no different, and we continue to see changing regulations. So that's a big part of what we're doing every year, is keeping up with those. Solid waste, an exciting project, of course, this year was the drop-off facility, and it's pictured here. The landfill is a pretty busy place, and this year was no exception. With people home, we really did see a change in the type of waste that we were seeing. We saw an awful lot of residential and a little bit less, or quite a bit less, commercial. So we were constantly trying to change our operations to make sure that we were able to service those waste streams as they were coming in. Safe drinking water, again, this is another one that we're continually trying to make sure that we're meeting those regulations, and we do have good quality drinking water here. There's quite a lot of facilities that require us to maintain those and operate those to continue serving that safe drinking water. We were over 8 billion gallons of water this year. I think that's a pretty amazing number there. And we were just under 7 billion gallons of wastewater this year that we were able to treat and reclaim to the river. Both of those, water and wastewater, were right around 36,000 customers. And as you saw again on this slide, a lot of regulatory issues on that. We have had changing regulatory requirements, and I think we're headed in a good direction with some recent action that we've seen out of our legislature on some of the requirements for wastewater. So we're kind of waiting to see how that pans out, but it looks good for our future. Our investment here, I want to talk about where we're going to spend this year's project or money, and we'll get to how much money that is in a little bit, but we've got quite a few projects going on in 2021. Capital is a large part of what we're doing. This just shows how those projects are spread all over north, south, east, and west, kind of all the way across the city. These are our streets and sidewalk projects. Our water, sewer, and storm projects are shown on this one. Be really quick here, but the facilities, that dot down there in the bottom left hand, that is the West End Reservoir. So we're pretty excited that we're actually starting that project this year. This map shows an overlay of all of those. And again, it's pretty interesting how we cover every corner of the city, which makes sense given how much we need to be working on all the infrastructure that we have. And this map is one that we've carried forward, but this is the last 4 years of work. And you can see we've touched every single part of the city. So projects that were completed last year, and your CIP has every project in it, but I highlighted just a few here so you could see them. The biggest one was that landfill drop-off facility that we finished, and several of you came out to the ribbon cutting, and I'm hoping a lot of you have been able to see that or visited out there since that time. King Avenue East was constructed, had a couple of gravel and non-maintainable streets that were reconstructed. The signal at 24th and Overland was an exciting one. That was a really necessary signal. And then several pedestrian crossings throughout town. Another big improvement for our pedestrian facilities here in the city. This summer we've got a lot of projects. This is a pretty extensive slide here. And I won't go through each one, but one of them that I'll highlight there is the Inner Belt Loop. We keep you guys up to date on all of that every month with our update. So I can't give you an exact date, but that is in this year. We've got the two-way conversion that's already started. A lot of you have probably seen that as you're driving through downtown. 32nd Street West from King to Gable is another project, in Hollowell on the south side, and Wicks Lane in the eastern part of the Heights. On the right-hand side, you can see a lot of the West End project is there, and the lead service project, we've talked a lot about that one. I did want to highlight one project on this list, the Alkali Creek Water and Sewer Extension Project. That is not in the CIP. So that's the only project listed here that is not in the approved CIP. We would bring that back to you through a development agreement is actually what you will see, and have the ability to approve that through that process. Future projects coming up in the next 5 years. Again, you've seen all of these in the CIP that was recently approved. A couple of exciting ones there. Maloney is in here. More work on the West End to get that whole facility constructed. Another section of Wicks that will be done. 36 Central to Broadwater will help relieve some traffic off of 32nd. And then just some widening or signal improvements that we're going to start doing on 32nd to try to accommodate more traffic on that road. And then on the right-hand side, we have a lot of annual projects that you see every year, and we define them as we get a little closer. So one thing that we wanted to talk about here is how we try to do more with the funds that we're given, and how do we make sure that we are using them the best way possible. So here are a few projects or programs that we recently started within the last year or two. Asset management is a program, and you've all heard about it. We've talked about it a couple of times. But with as many assets as we have in the ground and on the ground, it's hard to always know what needs to be done next. So we are going to use asset management to look at not only what is the possibility of failure, but what happens if it does fail. So we're looking at every asset that we have and trying to figure out the best way to use our funds for the most bang for our buck, if you will. Technology resources down below there. Obviously we're in a technology world, and all of the tools out there help us to do our jobs better. One thing that we did this year was to start online construction documents. That's something we've been working on for a long time, and of course COVID gave us the opportunity to make sure we got that done this year. Some other things that we are looking at for increased efficiencies, the stormwater utility. We will be coming in June to present that utility, the next step in that utility formation, talk about some of the options that we have and how we think it can improve our stormwater system. The next is the wastewater reclamation facility. That is in full operation now. We're meeting the regulations, we're exceeding the regulations, and our power costs and chemical costs have dropped dramatically. So that was a very successful project. And lead services, we've talked about that several times, but we will complete that ahead of the 2024. I say deadline, it's really not. We can continue replacing after that, but the requirements get a lot more stringent regarding our notifications and everything. So over 65% of that project is already completed. Some of the other things that we are looking at that we believe are innovative, the CNG fueling station, we already have 14 ports. We are going to double that. We're seeing some very good efficiencies out of those CNG trucks that we're using, and so we're going to continue expanding that program. Composting, again at the landfill, and then the landfill drop-off facility has been very effective in helping us reduce flowing trash and some of the safety issues that we were having in there. Additional innovative things that we've done, the LED replacements in a lot of our streetlights. The West End Water Plant and Reservoir, we've talked about this quite a bit. Obviously, we have issues with redundancy and storage in our system. So that is going to provide a great benefit to the city when we get that constructed. Energy rebates, we've sent out some information about different rebates we've seen because of the equipment that we're installing in many of our facilities. And our strategic goals, we have several different teams working toward customer service, worker morale, how to be more innovative, how we can use technology more. So we actually have employees that are working on each of these teams to try to help come up with better ways to do what we do. And from an integrity standpoint, we are transparent and we try to communicate with the public. We have Facebook. This year we've also expanded into Twitter and Instagram and other things that we're trying to get information out. But we also have 3 boards that we are working with, the Public Works Board, Traffic Control Board, and then Lewis in our group is the liaison for the Energy Conservation Commission. So again, I think everybody has talked about their response during COVID. We also worked during COVID and were able to continue being very effective and continue to be fiscally responsible through that whole situation. I guess I jumped ahead here on the public communications, but we've expanded our presence, our digital presence extensively this year. And then of course, we've been working with Q2 on many of the public outreach opportunities that we've been trying to get into more. And safe routes to school, working again with different organizations to try to improve the multimodal transportation within our city. So now we're going to talk about challenges, and Jennifer's going to jump in here and do the challenges portion.
All right, thank you. Despite all we've been able to accomplish with our budget over the year, we do continue to have significant challenges as well. In stormwater, we have told you, I think probably every year about our existing deficiencies. Right now it's at about $142 million of identified deficiencies in the system to handle just our basic storms, not the 100-year storms. We only have about $2 million of storm funding available for capital, so we are not getting very far very fast. We also do not have near enough equipment or staffing to maintain the system effectively, and increasing regulations also could affect how we handle stormwater in the future and how much we need to spend. So we have come a long way in the last few years in lessening our road shortfalls, but we still have a large gap between the recommended timeframes for road maintenance compared to our actual ability to fund road maintenance. Overlays are currently on a 33-year cycle, and the recommended cycle is 20 years. Chip seals are on a 21-year cycle, and the recommended cycle for chip seals is every 12 years. We also have a number of other challenges in our system, including a growing city, increased maintenance costs, addressing deficiencies in alleys, and fixing the streets that we categorize as non-maintainable, as well as the gravel streets. So streetlight infrastructure is aging. We have poles out there that are 80+ years old. And at that point, it becomes a liability for us and a public safety issue. We've talked before about the limited funding mechanisms that we have for streetlights, and we will be coming back to you in the future to vet those out and to figure out a path forward for improving this. So solid waste faces continued legal efforts to limit the expansion of the landfill and ultimately our operations. So this has, for now, put our composting and our materials recovery facility on hold. We also have a lot of issues with blowing trash, and this could be greatly minimized by bagging the waste. So while residents have enjoyed incredible customer service over the years, as they can just leave out trash, extra trash, piled high, without paying extra for our trucks to pick it up. It has created an inefficient system, as we are required to send 3 trucks through every neighborhood 8 months of the year during yard waste season. And it also creates some rate equity issues between customers that only have a bag or 2 of trash each week and those that have overflowing containers every week. So in water and wastewater, council has already taken steps to start working on our funding issues for water and wastewater pipe replacements by approving that increased funding in the CIP, which we then included in our proposed water and wastewater rates. We also have funding needs for the inner belt loop that we have to figure out, and we are working on a plan for that we will bring back to you. Just a couple of other here that I'll mention is Heights Water District is a definite challenge for us, not only in the amount that they owe us, but also in the fairly one-sided, decades-old contract that we have with them. And also fog or fats, oil, and grease is a definite issue in our wastewater system, and you will see this to be addressed in the future as well when we come back with projects and fee needed to monitor this. So now we're to the part where we finally tell you about how much money it takes to do all this. First, you can go next. So, one back. I'll just quickly talk about our impacts, our financial impacts of COVID-19. Last year at this time, BARSA gas tax revenues, we estimated and we told you that we thought we might be down by $1 million. So the good news, it was actually only down by about $400,000. We resumed shutting off water for delinquent accounts last July, and subsequently delinquent customers then started paying their bills, and our receivables went down substantially. Right now, they're only up about 9% from normal, and the number of shutoffs per week are at pre-pandemic levels. We do still have a COVID exemption in place for our customers. We could have terminated that exemption a couple of months ago with the new governor's directives. It's still in place right now, but it will terminate on June 1st. We have partnered with HRDC to help customers and have been directing all of these COVID-exempted customers to contact HRDC. Unfortunately, to date, only 29 customers have applied for assistance with HRDC. So our budgeted expenses for the year are $227 million. This is an increase of $109 million from the previous year, and that's of course largely due to a West End plant and intake project that is slated to begin in FY22. And then revenues are budgeted at $197.4 million. This is an increase of $82.2 million from the previous year. This chart breaks down the FY22 expense budgets by categories. Public Works is actually different than most every other department in that personnel expenses only represent 11% of our budget at $24.2 million. O&M is $39.8 million or 17%, $47.3 million. This is 65% of the budget. Debt service for capital projects is $12.7 million, 6%, and interfund transfers are $3.1 million. So on the revenue side, charges for service are the largest funding source for Public Works every year. This year they are at $84.4 million or 43% of the revenues. And charges for services include primarily water, wastewater, and solid waste services, and then also some other internal charges for service. This year we have a large amount coming from debt proceeds at $76.4 million. This is primarily for the West End Water Project, but also includes proceeds from the sale of bonds related to SIDs and sidewalks. The next largest category is special assessments at $21.3 million, and assessments include street maintenance districts, arterial fees, streetlight districts, storm assessments, and encroachments. Other governmental revenues of $4.6 million is made up of a few items, but that is primarily your gas tax revenues. Permits are estimated at $250,000. Interfund transfers are $1.8 million, and interest earnings are estimated at $1 million. So this chart shows revenue and expenses for each fund. So I won't go through them all, but when a fund is projected to use more cash than it will take in during the year, such as what is happening there in arterial, gas tax, solid waste, wastewater, and water, it is a planned spending down of excess reserves for capital projects. And on this slide, the chart shows the changes in expenses by category. Obviously, our biggest change is in capital, which increased by $106 million. Personnel increases are $469,000, and our O&M will actually decrease by $580,000. This is because we had a number of one-time increases, one-time projects in last year's O&M budget that are now coming back out of the budget. Debt service increased by $3 million for the West End project. So our personnel requests are noted on this slide. We did move one position to IT and requested 5 new positions. We're requesting 2 maintenance workers in solid waste. One is at the landfill and one is in collections. So we are really struggling right now in solid waste to keep up with the growing city with our current staffing levels. The other 3 positions are an inspector and 2 maintenance workers that will be locating lines. They're all needed to keep up with the TDS fiber installation project. These will be funded with permit revenues, and once the project is done, the staff will be assimilated back into the department, as we do have plans in the future to add these positions to keep up with growth. So the ability to hire these 5 people is of course assuming that we'll be able to actually find people that want to come to work for us, as we are having the same trouble that other departments are having in trying to fill open positions. So I'll go through our proposed rates and fees for FY22 next, starting here with storm. Storm assessments generate $4.6 million annually. Typically, our rate increases are tied to the Construction Cost Index, or CCI, which was 3.1%. We all know that it's probably going higher now, and it will continue to rise. The airport will no longer be paying storm fees, and so an additional 0.8% is needed to make up for this loss in revenue and just to maintain the current service level. The total proposed increase is 3.9% then, which will generate about $177,000. The annual average residential storm fee is proposed to increase by $1.83 per year to $48.64, and we are at the bottom of the barrel, as you can see from that chart on the right, when it comes to charging storm fees in Billings. We have, Helena and Bozeman, which are quite a bit higher, and Fort Collins, which is much higher than Billings. Arterial assessments generate about $4.5 million annually. We are requesting a 3.1% increase to be in line with the CCI. This will generate about $135,000. The annual average arterial fee will increase by $1.63 per year to $54.05. So street maintenance district fees, or SMDs as we call them, generate about $9.3 million from two districts. District 1 is essentially the downtown area, and they receive extra sweeping, snow plowing, and hauling services. District 2 is the entire city of Billings. Rates for street maintenance districts are typically based on the amount required to maintain the current level of service. We were not going to ask for any increases in SMDs due to the cost savings from the very mild winter that we had. But the airport is no longer going to pay SMD fee. We are requesting a 1.8% increase in SMD2 only to make up for the loss of revenue and maintain current service levels. The annual average residential fee is proposed to increase by $2.30 to $129.83. Again, we're at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to charging for street assessments. Bozeman is double our fee at $302.73. We just concluded a solid waste rate study, and the FY22 monthly collection fee is proposed to increase by 2.5%. This will increase the monthly fee by 29 cents to $11.82. Still the best bargain in Billings. The roll-off fee is proposed to increase by 6.7%, and we are proposing landfill fee increases of 5.6% for the inside city of Billings customers to increase the per ton fee to $22. Staff is also recommending this year a more deliberate approach to charging landfill fees to non-city customers, and we are proposing that the outside of Billings rate be 50% more than the inside Billings fee. This would be a 9.9% increase to a $33 per ton fee, and we are proposing that the out-of-state fee then be 100% more than the Billings fee. So out-of-state customers also pay a 6% surcharge on top of their rates. So with that surcharge, the per tonnage fee would be $44.07. This is a 15% increase for them. Future percentage increases for out of Billings and out of state would then be in line with the Billings percentage increases, just to maintain that 50% and 100% target level. All right, for solid waste comparisons, the first chart, the one on the left, shows a comparison of the residential collection fees. Billings is always on the bottom when it comes to these fees. The next closest is Great Falls at $13.65. Bozeman is at $25.95, and Eugene, Oregon charges $52.75 per month. Our actual cost of service for residential collection is $14.80 per month. So we are well below our cost of service level, meaning the landfill subsidizes collections. The landfill fee comparison is shown on the second chart, and the Billings rate again is always far below the other cities surveyed, this year at $22 per ton. The highest Montana rate is Helena at $56.75, but if you go outside of Montana, Casper is at $53 per ton, Cheyenne is at $70.66, and Sheridan is at almost $116 per ton. So water and wastewater fees were discussed at an April work session and will be discussed at next Monday's council meeting when we have a presentation to share with you before we hold a public hearing and adopt rate increases for the next 2 years. So I was not planning on going over these tonight due to limited time, other than to state that the proposed average monthly residential water bill increase is $3.17, and the wastewater bill increase is 66 cents. Obviously, we're here for questions at the end of this if you want to discuss water and wastewater more in depth. And this slide shows all of our rate and fees together. Assessments that are billed out on your property tax statement would increase by $5.76 per year. And the average utility bill would increase by $4.12 per month for a total annual average residential impact of $55.20 per year, or $4.60 per month. And this last slide just summarizes all of our rate comparisons with other cities. As we're often told by very well-meaning people that we shouldn't have to increase rates, that we just need to do more with less or need to tighten our belts. And we've been doing that for years. And these rates reflect that. Being at the bottom of the barrel for rates may sound like it's a great thing, but it's maybe not necessarily something that we want to be known for in Billings. Because for us, it means that we don't have enough money for our infrastructure needs, like the street repairs and the storm improvements that you saw throughout the presentation. And that is our very quick version of this year's budget presentation, but Debbie and I, as well as all of the division managers, are available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
And why don't I just proactively hit the question that I know will come, which is why is the airport no longer paying storm and street fees? Long story short, this has become a pretty significant issue, Great Falls, Helena, and between the FAA. We had both our Public Works team hire legal advice to analyze it, and the airport did an independent attorney, reviewed it. The bottom line is we felt we were at risk of losing FAA grant funding by charging both of those assessments. This is oversimplified, but I'll tell you one of the general terms that significantly kind of caused us to be concerned is our inconsistency in who pays those assessments and who doesn't. And the FAA has been looking, Kevin's communicated with us, they've been looking quite a bit closer at these structures, fee structures in cities around the country, and taking much more seriously making sure that FAA grant dollars aren't perceived as being spent in ineligible areas. So we could get into far more detail if you'd like, but that's kind of the general overview. We're not taking it lightly, but we really did think, for instance, just in the past several months, which was an extreme, but you're talking about the risk of $40-some million in FAA funding versus the, I forget what the number is, I think we're talking a little north of $100,000 in what those assessments are. So that was the risk we were trying to deal with or are dealing with. I think as we look at our rate structures or our systems for charging assessments, we can readdress this issue and talk about the inconsistencies and what we would need to do to possibly put ourselves in a better position to charge those. I can tell you in the oversimplified component is, as is typically with us, our general fund property tax departments, divisions don't pay as a way of dealing with the hard cap in the mill levy and an argument of, well, we're just kind of charging ourselves, have to raise taxes to pay ourselves, but that's not consistent. There's a number of departments and divisions, including just use parks as an example. Park maintenance districts pay, but general fund parks don't pay. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Question for Debbie or Jennifer. If you heard Kevin Flone's presentation, he was chortling a little bit that the airport had been able to get the contract signed before the recent increase in construction costs. With the West End Reservoir, we were able to get a lot of the design work done, the contract signed for engineering, but I guess not for construction. So the question is, are we in for an unpleasant surprise on construction costs? And if so, do you want to make any predictions, sir? And what would that mean?
I have learned not to make predictions, Mayor. But I will say that all of our construction, 75% of our construction projects this year have come in high. We're just seeing across the board, across Montana and across the country, numbers are going up. It's hard to get materials. It's hard to get workers. People are having to pay people more. And it's just costing more and taking longer. So everything is higher than it was before. The West End project, one of the reasons that we went to I'm getting feedback here. I don't know if you guys are hearing that. Okay, as long as it's okay for you guys. Part of the reason that we did the alternative delivery method is so that we can work with contractors to do the best we can to keep those numbers low, to do value added during the course of the design and construction, to make sure that we are able to build as much as possible with the money we have. So do I think it's going to go up? Yes. Do I think we have a method in place to try to control those costs? Yes, I do, as much as we can.
Okay, time will tell. Thank you very much. Other questions for Debbie or for Jennifer? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a question about the outside Billings fees for in the solid waste. And outside of Billings, if we were talking about Yellowstone County, that's an increase of 50%, I believe, from the slide. So aren't all of the collection outside the city in Yellowstone County done by private companies?
Mayor, Councilmember Joy, a lot of the collection yes, you were correct. A lot of it is for, Republic McKenzie. They come in and they collect that, and it would be charging them. We do also charge Yellowstone County directly for residential customers that bring their trash in, and that they assess their customers. We charge Yellowstone County. I will say it's actually a 9.9% increase to them. It's a 50% more than Billings rate. We're just trying to establish our levels, but their increase is actually 9.9%.
Thank you. Follow up, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Jennifer, are you aware of how much of that increase, that 9.9%, sorry, or wrong way of stating it, that 9.9% increase gets passed on to the customers through the private companies that collect the trash? Do you have any idea about that?
Councilmember Joy, I would guess, I don't know 100%, but I would guess all of it gets passed on to their customers because they are in it to make a profit. So they would just pass on those charges to their customers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Any other questions? Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. Towards the end of Jennifer's program, she said that we were just going to have a general deal tonight and then specific next week or whatever, or are we going to delve into this tonight on like water rates and things? Which is it?
So Mayor and Council, I would say that's really your guys' call. Remember, we do have the public hearing and time scheduled again next week. You can go there based on managing time and the conversation, but nothing precludes you from asking questions and understanding more to set yourselves up for the public hearing and the discussion that's coming up in the upcoming weeks.
So for example, I've asked Jennifer for, not for tonight, but to look at the cost for the bulk purchasers. There's a significant increase there, but to see how that cost compares to the average water user in Billings when you look at a blended rate for the average user on a per 1,000 gallon basis. So that's one thing that they'll look at and probably report back to Monday night or maybe even before. But if other people have questions, in particular on that issue that they want to alert staff to, where it's simple and quick, feel free to do so right now. Although we will need to move on pretty soon. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I have maybe a couple of things to address. One is to address what Chris mentioned. Chris, you mentioned about trying to be more consistent about the way we charge. Are you saying that we are going to look, is the city going to make the change to address the consistency where we actually charge all the departments for water and sewer so that we can get back this, what you say was $100,000 that now the residents are paying? I mean, initially, it's always said the airport pays for itself. Now the residents are kicking in $100,000 for their water and sewer stuff.
So Mayor and Council, a couple of things there. I think there'd be arguments on both sides, but don't assume just because the assessments aren't being paid that means the rest. Take stormwater. The airport operates stormwater systems on its property. So it's not just as simple as we've shifted that cost to everyone else. There's that component. I think, though, your broader question is a dialogue, which is not an easy one for us to decide. If we were to take a simple approach that says, every department, every division is going to pay this equal system, and therefore it bolsters our legal ability to do that, the only place to get that money out of anything funded through the general fund for fire stations, city hall, parks, is increased property taxes. And you don't have the option to make a decision on a Monday night with the budget to raise that. So it's a complex issue. My suspicion is the timing of part of that, because it's so consistent, not exclusive, but so consistent with parks, is it maybe a part of the dialogue about the long-term use of Park District 1 or Parks mill levy for ongoing maintenance and operation. Up to this point, as you know, you're heavily dependent on the general fund to fund a significant part of parks.
Okay. Mayor, and my other question is for Jennifer.
Okay.
Jennifer, I sent you an email because the last meeting we had regarding the water rates, there were several council members who expressed, at least I thought they expressed an interest in maybe bumping that from 5,000 upwards, maybe to 6 or 7, as high as 8,000. Did you run any numbers on that to see how that would look, or can you do that so we can take a look at what that water rate would look like at a higher first tier level?
Mayor, Councilmember, Neese, Council, we are in the process of running those. I was actually hoping to have those today, but it did not happen. We're running into a little bit of trouble with the modeling and getting all those numbers out, but we will have those. I put them in the presentation that I will be doing on Monday night for water and wastewater rates, but I will send them out as soon as I get them as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Debbie or for Jennifer? Don't? Councilmember Ewell?
So, thank you, Mayor. So, Jennifer, you want to wait on this water fees till next Monday night, or do you want to tackle some of it tonight?
Councilmember Ewell, that is entirely up to you and the rest of council. I may not have all the answers tonight, but if you want to start the discussion and let me know what you were going to be looking for, that might be helpful.
Okay, so when you did your slideshow in the work session previous, we had about 5 minutes to think about scenario 1 or option 1 or option 2, and we were supposed to make a decision so you could send out that letter to all the residents. Nobody really had a chance to put numbers to it, so by taking and dropping 6 cents a thousand gallons for the lowest 5,000 gallons, you're increasing the next 5,000 gallons by 20%, which in effect drops straight across the board, all the tiers, and so you're not really encouraging any water conservation, which is what this was set up to do. So, and then your letter today, or your email today describing how if you use 5,499 gallons, it rounds down, but if you use 5,500 gallons, it rounds up. So these people, the basic water that you need to keep a yard green, making your property look nice, you're going to be running probably, and I think it says like 11,700 gallons, if I'm not mistaken, on one of these slides for the summertime use. So if you go over that by 500 gallons, that's costing you 74 cents for that extra 1,000 gallons or extra 500 gallons. And if you do that 2 months in a row, it's going to take you 5 months to recoup the 30 cents you're saving on the 5,000 gallons the rest of the year. So that's punishing everybody with that 20% increase. And if you look at option 1, it's a straight across the board 4.3% increase. So that would also be more encouraging to water conservation than to decrease all the other rates. So if we do option 2, from up to greater than 75,000 gallons, it drops 1.26%. So how does that encourage conservation? In tier 3, it drops 1.38%. So we're not really encouraging conservation. We're punishing that 5,000 to 10,000 sector by increasing theirs 20%.
Jennifer, if you can comment, there was a lot in that. I know my head was spinning, and I would encourage Councilor Rewalt to do his best to put that into writing that we can kind of look at and consume. Since we are about 15 minutes over at this point, but if you can comment, please feel free, and then maybe we can digest a little bit better between now and Monday. But go ahead if you would like to.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. I was having a little trouble following all the numbers, so writing would be helpful, but I would like to just speak to it generally in that the tier system is what is encouraging users to conserve water. That option 2 that we showed you last time and was what council ultimately decided was the choice to go in the letter, that was a request of council to have a lower rate so that we could have some kind of a lifeline rate for users who just don't use very much water. I think it was even Councilmember Neese who mentioned that in the Heights, he's actually on irrigation, so he's always below that amount. We will come back to you with those other options though, at the different levels. What it would be if your tier 1 was at 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, and 9,000. That's what we're calculating right now. And then council can decide on Monday which way they want to go with that.
Okay, appreciate written discussion between now and then would be helpful. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to ask this one question. Isn't also the tier system based on how many water users fall within those tiers? Is that correct?
You are absolutely correct. So, if you're a 10,000 gallon a month user, your first 5,000 gallons are at the tier 8. Your second 5,000 gallons are at the tier 2 rate. And remember, both of the options that we presented before, they are revenue neutral for us, which means that there are some people, depending on how you use your water, some people are going to gain under each option, some people are going to lose. It just depends on how you use your water.
Okay, Councilmember Tricky and Yakowicz.
Yeah, this is a clarification question too. So the way I understood this, and now I'm a little confused, but the way I originally understood this is that everyone pays $3.56 for the first 5,000 gallons, and then if you go over that, then you pay the next rate for the additional amount of water that you're using, and on and on and on. So it's not like if you suddenly are making 76,000 gallons, all 76,000 gallons is being paid for at the $5.55 rate. Am I right?
Councilmember Tricky, you are correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, everybody pays at tier 1. And some smaller number pay it also tier 2, and smaller number 3, and smaller number 4. Okay, Councilmember Yakovich.
Well, I know Mr. Ewald has been working hard on this for weeks, so my question to Mr. Ewald, and if you can't, or if you can write it down, is in a nutshell, what are you asking? Not to explain it all, but as much as what would you like them to change on that? I'm curious.
Option 1, 4.3, straight across the board. Everybody has the same, and that means you have one group that's not paying the 20%.
Okay.
So it's revenue neutral to them, and by going to option 2, you're decreasing the high gallon users by 1.38%, 1.26%, and it's even more going into the second year. There's no way you can go from 4.3% in option 1 to 3% in option 2 without decreasing somebody's rate someplace, and you're already increasing 20% for that second 5,000 gallons. And when you look at fiscal year 23, it drops to 2.8% from 4.3. So somebody's paying the tab, and that's that 5,000 gallon area that gets moved from tier 1 into tier 2. And it shows in, I don't know what page of the slide presentation, I think it's 11,700 gallons is the median usage during the summertime for water. So that means a whole bunch of people are paying that 20%. And so they can't make that 30% cents up that they save a month during the wintertime, because you're spending 74 cents a 1,000 gallons in the summertime. That's 2 months right there that you have to be below 5,000 to make up that 74 cents.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, I'd recommend that we move on since we are a little over 20 minutes behind now. So let's do that. Let's move on to our next presentation by our parking division. Tracy Scott.
Good evening, Mayor Cole and Council. I'll begin this presentation by reminding you that we are an enterprise fund, mostly self-funded except for the TIF funds, which is usually $100,000. Sometimes we do receive additional funds to help cover special projects. Are you all able to see this, by the way?
No, your screen's not up for us yet.
Well, that would be helpful if I got it up, wouldn't it? Okay.
But we can see you.
How's that?
That looks good.
That looks good. Okay. This slide highlights the services that we provide to the public. In comparison to last year, there are not too many changes to our amenities, except for the desperately needed upgrade of our parking garage equipment at Park 1, 2, and 3, as well as the installation of 6 new electric vehicle charging stations. The parking garage gate equipment was replaced at all the garages except for the Empire. With the new gate equipment, payments via the credit card or the Flash app can be made at all the garages at any time. Park 3 is the only garage that accepts cash between 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Friday. Payment by cash requires a staff member to be present. Parking garages 1, 2, and 3 currently charge for parking Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. However, our plan is to charge 24 hours a day, 6 days a week, with Sundays free beginning in July. The Empire Garage operation has not changed, but the gate equipment has become problematic as it ages. We are researching replacement options, but they are not included in this budget. And finally, the 6 level 2 EV charging stations have been installed. There's 4 stations located inside the Wells Fargo drive-thru and 2 near the new Billings Clinic parking garage on North 28th Street. The parking division charges $2.50 per hour, up to 5 hours maximum stay. The EV stations were mostly funded through the Montana Charge Your Ride grant program, and the grant covered $25,500 of the total $36,700 to have them installed. The parking division is made up of 13 FTEs. Staffing has been adjusted to accommodate the changes made when the new gate equipment was installed, and as a result, over time for short staffing has been significantly reduced. In previous years, the parking division hired a seasonal to assist the facility staff with special projects. Due to the increase of unwanted activity in the garages, the seasonal's duties were redirected to focus on the security of the garages during the graveyard hours. To address this issue, we are requesting that the seasonal position used in the past become a full-time position year-round. Fiscal year 22 are estimated to be about $105,000 less than fiscal year 21. The parking division took a significant financial hit during the past 12 months. During the shelter-in-place restrictions last year, parking activity downtown significantly declined. During that time, the parking division lost an estimated $100,000 in revenue. Although the business environment has improved, we are still estimating a slow return to pre-COVID revenue levels. The parking division will continue to monitor the situation and adjust as needed.
Tracy, can you go back? Is that Chris Kukulski's car?
I told enforcement, I said, this is your new vehicles, and they're like, oh, wow, cool. I said, no, they're the red bikes back there. So they didn't think I was too funny. But.
All right, you can go on. I just wanted to clarify that.
This pie chart displays the different revenue sources. Much of the revenue is covered by the parking garage fees and the meter income. As I mentioned earlier, the parking division sometimes receives additional funds to cover special projects. This year, the Downtown Business Association asked if the parking department would be willing to participate in a free parking event that would occur between Thanksgiving to Christmas. We are hopeful that this event will help boost sales for the downtown businesses. To cover the loss of revenue, TIF will dedicate $30,000 to this special event. The $30,000 is the revenue amount that we typically receive each month for metered parking. As far as expenses, the total projected expenses for fiscal year 22 are $1.9 million. The $14,000, almost $15,000 decrease from last year is due to decreases in personal services and operations and maintenance expenses with the completion of some one-time repairs. This chart shows expenditures by classification. Personal services and operations and maintenance make up most of the expenses for fiscal year 22. In fiscal year 21, the ERP scheduled us to purchase a new enforcement vehicle. However, with the severe revenue loss, we made the decision to push the replacement to this fiscal year. As a result, the capital amount of $26,000 is included in this year's budget. The debt service payments are for debt that was incurred for the 2012 Park 2 garage expansion and the lighting upgrades. The major challenge is trying to create an income stream that will cover all of our operating costs while still investing enough in assets for the future. Garages need continuous upkeep, equipment needs routine replacement, and increased security of the garages is becoming a high priority. More cameras and better lighting would certainly help improve the situation. It is critical for our department to explore ways to increase our revenue to ensure proper investments continue to be made into our parking assets. With our challenges, we are seeing progress with our parking operations. The new parking garage gate control equipment has helped us to operate more efficiently and made it a more positive experience for our patrons. We are making progress towards our commitment to supporting a more sustainable parking operation with the installation of EV stations. Due to the social distancing restrictions, many businesses suffered financially, including the restaurants. We tried to lend a hand by creating takeout-only parking spaces within the downtown area at no charge. This spurred the idea for us to permanently create new parking spaces that would cater to operations like Grubhub, DoorDash, and Uber Eats, as well as Lyft, Uber, and taxis. For a small permit fee, these types of services would be allowed to park in those exclusive spaces. This new service has been approved by the Billings Parking Board. The refocus of our seasonal staff's duties has helped to remove unwanted behavior in a timelier fashion. I must thank our police department and our downtown officers with giving us assistance when we've been in need of help. And that is it. Thank you very much for your time. And do you have any questions?
Okay, questions for Tracy? Tracy, I'll start you with one. The Empire Garage, you said that you're looking at replacing the gate. I don't think it's ever worked for me. What was the problem there?
So how that garage operates, the monthly parkers have hang tags, and in those hang tags is a chip. And if you look at the roof, there's sensors that read those chips. Well, one of those sensors, I guess, fell off and fell into the back of a truck. And so they did recover that, but the equipment is just aging. The company itself is, there's fewer and fewer people working for them. And so it's just time to try to get that, get it changed as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Tracy? Councilmember Ronnie and Nice?
Thank you. I don't have a question, Tracy, but I just really want to commend you. Your department took a big hit during COVID, and you really helped the downtown folks tremendously in partnering with them and how to get their business back and make life more accommodating to them and to the other residents coming down to get food. I just really commend you for what you've been able to do in your department, and commend all of the team members that you work with for the work that you're doing, because you guys took a big hit. So thank you for bouncing back so beautifully.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Councilmember Nice?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Penny and on this. And when I first reviewed the budget, I know you said your enterprise, and which means I don't like to see tax dollars used on this. We still have some TIF tax dollars going into this, and I think I asked when this would be fully, enterprise or self-supporting. Do you have an idea of when that will be fully supported, where some of this money can be going into, maybe this TIF dollars will be going into capital and not actually just supporting the actual operations?
My hope is that things downtown will start to recover more. It's real difficult for us to gauge. It has picked up, it's getting back to more normal on the streets. We still, in the monthly parking garages, those monthly spaces, there are businesses that are still working from home. We've had businesses that have dropped their monthly parking. And right now, it's just too early to tell who's going to return. So we'll have to just keep a real close eye on how things return, what changes, and what adjustments that we'll need to make.
Mayor, do you mind if I address that question?
Sure, go ahead.
Kevin and I have talked about this.
Councilmember Lisa, a couple of things. That transfer to TIF, what I'm aware of, that was part of the capital expansion rules for us. So that's service that and again, we are trying to get cost control phase. We didn't have a plan in place overhead, so we did back off some of those things that we were going to do before it started again. So we've been looking at 3 to 5 years, pretty close to that again. And some of that money is being used for that capital expansion project.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chris Kukulski.
2 other pieces I added, and thank you, Tracy. She and her team, as it was mentioned, she was one of the groups that saw furloughs, and they worked through that better than could be expected, frankly. But I do kind of want to caution us forward. to have a profitable, truly, I mean, it is an enterprise. It isn't funded through, property taxes per se, but to have a cash generating parking system with these kind of garages, we are going to have one heck of a thriving downtown. So it makes me nervous long term. Those assets are very valuable, they're very expensive, and they cost money to take care of. And some of the components are aging, very much so. The changes that have been made over the last year, I mean, they both pre-COVID and then through were extension of hours. Those have seemed to pay off well. We have not seen a lot of complaints as a result of that, and definitely we generated more revenue. It also is the case that the technology, we increased our revenue by using those newer gate systems. A lot of people were getting away with not paying what needed to be paid. So both of those investments, both the decision to extend hours and the gate and technology equipment appears to be paying off well. And the look is to use the same technology in the Empire garage as well. So I'd also plant this seed, which is as we look at capital projects with some of our funding, depending upon what the rules and regs are, I look at particularly the parking garage. One of my pet peeves is the parking garage attached to Wells Fargo, right on 27th, that's seen every day by a lot of people. Those awnings, the logo, it's all faded. It looks like it hasn't been replaced in decades. So some of those projects I would also like to bring to the council, frankly, to consider as we continue to make investments downtown to increase kind of property values and investments. So they're small relative to other things that we're doing, but I just want you to be thinking about whether you like those ideas or not. And so, thank you.
There a quick follow-up on this?
Okay, Councilor Renese?
Isn't awnings covered under the TIF, downtown TIF? That's one of the things they can replace.
One of their grant programs, maybe.
Done through the grant program.
I would look to TIF and us both as of us as an applicant to the TIF district for the improvements. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ewalt and Purington?
Thank you, Mayor. Tracy, occasionally we get emails talking about security and transients in parking garages. Is there a big issue with that? Using that for places to live and being just a security problem for people leaving their cars and going to where they're going?
It's sporadic. Some days, like the guy that he makes runs through all 4 garages. Some days he'll remove 15 people from those garages. Some nights he doesn't remove anybody. Nobody is living in there. We do have some trouble with people using them as restrooms. We did end up installing the 2 porta potties, one closest to Park 1 and one closest to Park 2. They were being used there for a while, and then they kind of quit using them again. I don't know why. People are still using them because, we watch them, we see them going in there. And then in regard to break-ins, they happen occasionally. Now with the COVID funds and the increase with police, that has helped us tremendously. They're able to respond to us more quickly. And frankly, with our cameras, we've caught a few people as far as if they're doing illegal activity. We send that to the police department, and they're right on it, getting a hold of those folks and making them pay, the consequences for their actions. So it's not perfect. We're getting better, I think, with dealing with that, but it certainly, it still is problematic.
Follow up, Mayor, please.
Councilor Revolt?
Could that be a hindrance to people using the parking garages as opposed to parking on the street because they feel it's safer there?
Oh, yes, certainly it is with some. I mean, I have friends that absolutely will not park into a parking garage. I think sometimes they stay away from them too because they're fearful of trying to navigate through them. And if you take a look at our corners where the yellow plastic things are covering the corners, almost every one of them is hit. So people do get a little bit uneasy about driving through there. I think that could be a part of the problem too. I do believe we've seen a reduction in the number of phone calls that we have received in complaints on there being somebody in the stairwell making somebody uncomfortable. Those calls have definitely decreased, for us anyway.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Purington.
Just a quick question. Tracy, a couple of weeks ago, someone had written in about the number of kilowatts it takes for those charging stations. And I was impressed how well he had it all figured out. But whenever those fees were set for the charging stations, was that included in that, or is that really that much of a hit?
With the two ladies that helped us with this whole grant process, and they're both Tesla users, they helped. We checked around to see who charges for the EV stations, the amount of electricity, and we found that what we needed to do is kind of gauge. We set that amount at $2.50. We're, I think, about breaking even with the amount of electricity that is being used. I think from the time they've been installed up to now, we've paid a little over $50 for the electricity. They're excuse me, they're starting to be used more after we had the ribbon cutting. The word got out more. I was surprised. There's a lot more electric cars out there than I realized. Right now, I think the amount is okay. We're going to have to collect more information to see if we're going to have to adjust to what we're charging there on those rates.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So whenever we set that fee, I thought it included some sort of ongoing maintenance of those stations. Is that still included, that where you're breaking even?
Well, right now we're breaking even on the amount of electricity. I think we're just going to see how often that they're used. When it's colder weather, we didn't see them used as much. Now that it's starting to warm up, we just don't have enough information yet to see if we need to increase that amount. I would guess that we will. I just don't know what that fair amount and the amount that would be able to cover all of those expenses.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, next item is supposed to take 30 minutes. That would put us close to 8 o'clock before we took a break. Rather than doing that, let's take the break now, come back, get started by 7:30. We are about a half an hour behind, so we'll try to move expeditiously. Okay, we'll reconvene. Welcome back. Our next item up is our urban renewal funds on our agenda, which I guess translates to our TIF district. Is that true?
It does. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to present urban renewal funds.
And that's a picture of downtown.
Live shot. Yep. Thanks. I have to get off there before it loops and you can tell it's not live.
Yeah.
It's a joke. All right. So the city actually has, I guess I've called them urban renewal funds, but there's actually four. The 3 tax increment districts and our downtown revolving loan fund. They can be found on page 115 of the budget book. So I'll start with the downtown revolving loan fund. I'll minimize you guys. Here we just make an estimate on how many loans we think we'll see throughout the year. It's always just a guess, but something I thought was interesting is, we've collected $621,000 in interest income over the past 10 years, and that all gets reinvested into the plan and reinvested into loans that go downtown. Currently, plan assets, as of 3/31, we're $2.7 million, so that's between cash and loans outstanding. So,
excuse me, Mayor.
Yes, Denise.
Thank you. I don't think anybody on Zoom is hearing anything.
Okay, thank you for letting us know that. Any ideas?
I think
we just touched it. Can you hear now?
You good now, Denise?
I can hear, yes, now I can hear you guys.
All right.
Okay, thank
Sorry.
you.
Oh, you might want to start over.
Oh, you missed all the good parts.
I know, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, live shot downtown, 4 urban renewal funds. Here we go. So again, we have a budget here of $428,000. At this, it's always just a guess on what we think we'll see in activity. You'll see one next week for the burger dive, but you've seen these throughout the year. They just come in at random times. So we'll move on. The downtown tax increment fund. The budget here is $3.4 million. I have provided here, I'll back up really quick. All of the tax increment district representatives are on tonight and here to answer detailed questions, so I want to be clear about that. But we did decide that it'd be a little more efficient for me to provide kind of the high-level overview and have that opportunity for them to provide detailed discussion if needed. So they are here. Anyway, the downtown tax increment fund has a budget of $3.4 million. Kind of broken down the parts here for you. The largest portion are development incentives. This is 1.8 million. These are mostly projects that you've already approved. There are, however, a couple of things in here that you haven't approved yet, but they want to continue to do. It includes the SEPTED program that they've been successful at, signage or wayfinding program downtown, and improvements to Sky Point. It is coming up on, is it the 20-year anniversary? Does that sound about right? 10, 20 year? 20 year anniversary, thank you. And so they want to roll, the sails need replacing, it needs painting, and then some improvements to lighting, and I think some other general improvements. So that's in there as well. And then as Tracy talked about in her budget for parking, the $130,000 transfer out is here to parking. 100 would be the consistent annual amount for that debt service, and then 30 for the program for the downtown parking during the holiday season. This shows the taxable value of the district. The yellow line is the base value from when the district was created in the 06 year, and then we must have done some expansions in 7 and 9, and now it is flat, but you see what happens with the increment. That's the value, not the tax. And that's an 86% growth over that time frame in the district, where during that same time the city saw 51% growth. So it is growing faster than the city. South Billings Tax Increment Fund, a budget of $7.3 million. Largely capital projects here that were in the CIP. That's $4.4 million for Optimus Park parking lot and the unimproved streets improvements. There's an additional $1.8 million in here for development incentives. At this point, The potential projects are unknown. They do have some kind of general expectation on what they may be, but I think they're still waiting to work through that program, and I'm sure Jim can answer a lot more on that. And then they also would like to kind of take some next steps on the rec center planning and design. The capital portion is budgeted, or is in the CIP, I'm sorry, for FY23, but in order to be successful at that, the hope is to start some of that design and planning project, design and planning process in FY22. Here again, the South Billings District. The black line is the base value, and then the orange line is the increment value of the district, not taxable income, or not taxable revenue, but taxable value. Growth of 70% over that time, and over that same time, the city saw 35.5% growth in taxable value. And East Billings Tax Increment District, a much smaller budget, and at $806,000. Here again, the large portion here is debt service for projects that were completed a few years ago, and development incentives here, again, unsure what they are exactly, but we know that they're going to be working on bringing smaller projects to council for approval, and so we have an amount in there for that. And then just like the other two districts, you have your base value. We did have a district expansion in 2016 or 17 there. That's why the base value goes up a little bit. The increment value continues to climb. Overall growth, 68% since it was established in 2007, where the city had seen 43% over that same time. Questions and answers. Get out of there.
Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. TIFs don't last forever. Do you know the timeline for each one of these?
I don't know the timeline for each one of them. They all have debt outstanding, and so it'll go to the end of the debt. The downtown district, we issued bonds last year for 25 years, so it'll go for 24 more years. The other districts, I believe, I don't know. I can get you that answer though, but they're all well over 20 years at this point.
Question for staff, I guess, is the budget book and the presentation here, these are just total numbers for the budget that I guess we're approving. There's a lot of line items that were referenced in there. Is staff comfortable with these numbers, I guess? To what extent does staff vet any of this and say yay or nay?
Well, I think I could speak on quite a bit of it. The debt service, those numbers we give them, or we put those numbers in. The capital projects all come through the CIP. I mean, really where I think the discussion is your development incentive programs. And downtown, largely, like I said, those are projects you guys have already approved. ABT, Kibler and Kirsch, Burger Dive, things that we think will finish this next year, and so we want to make sure we have the authority to pay for it. So I would say development incentives would be kind of the area where maybe further discussion would be well warranted.
Okay, other questions for Andy or staff, or we have the directors with us on Zoom. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll ask this question to Andy regarding all three of the districts. When you look at the operating agreements, there's the south at 137, the east at 130, let's say 140, and the downtown at 279. Can you just explain what's included in that operating agreement? It's not just the salary for the individual, correct? It's actually salary plus whatever there is, and how many employees work within, just comes out of that particular portion of the agreement, you know?
Yeah, I'm going to have to defer the districts on that pretty largely. I know that It is not just salaries. It covers more than that, whatever their board expenses are, website maintenance, things like that. But yeah, as far as employees go and services provided, I really can't speak to that in great detail, or shouldn't probably.
So Councilor Nice, did you want anybody to comment specifically on one of the districts or?
Well, yeah, if you wouldn't mind, the two districts, the east and the south, are fairly similar and close. That the downtown is much different. If maybe there's an explanation why that one's so much higher. What is some of the additional expenses that maybe they're having versus the others that causes that main operation agreement to be a little more?
So you want Mehmet to comment?
If you can.
Okay, Mehmet.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Happy to address that. Yes, as you mentioned, there are shared costs for the operations, including I believe 5 staff members, myself included. And then there are also expenses that are associated with property management of the Yesteryears building, and then the overhead of our office, and then things like materials and supplies, and the website and marketing material, and other costs in terms of attorney services and accounting and things like that. So that's, again, that particular number hasn't changed for the past 3 years, in 2019, 2020, and 2021. That's what it encompasses. And it's the partnerships portion of the entire Alliance operation.
Okay, Mayor, quick follow-up, just back to Andy on this.
Okay.
So Andy, on the, again, the east is a smaller amount, but the suburb is pretty similar to the downtown. So when you're looking at these, do you kind of consider the differences of why one is so much higher than the other when they're actually managing about the same amount of money?
I do not. I believe, maybe Wyatt is he's not on. We have negotiated rates with some of the districts in the past, and I don't know if they're still outstanding or we're just charging that same amount. So I really am not prepared to answer that question.
Well, if you can look into it and maybe get back, it's with that much higher, it seems like the management of the dollar amounts are similar to the south, and there's a downtown, and yet they've got quite a bit more staff probably and a lot more higher operating agreements. So I don't know why we would have that same type of thing. So if we can look into it, that would be fine.
Sure.
Chris Kukulski had his, I'm sorry, Andy, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, downtown does a lot more services downtown than I think South does for the South District on a daily basis. And that's probably why they have quite a few more staff to do that.
Wouldn't that be for not so much for the TIF, but for their downtown sweeping of the streets and stuff like that? That wouldn't be paid through.
Correct. I think most of that does not come through there.
Right.
That is through the BID, but we'll get you a breakdown on that amount.
Okay, Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Because all 3 of the directors are here, this is actually a request for the budget for next year. I don't have to have this information to decide right now, but I really appreciate when the other departments put in how we compare to other cities, especially in Montana, but other cities comparable to us. So I would love at some point to see numbers of how many other TIFs do other Montana cities have? How are other cities doing this? Where do we fall in that line? So since you're all 3 here, thank you. I would like that information at some point.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for staff or directors? Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you. This isn't necessarily a question either, but similar to Kendra, since all 3 directors are here as well. I'm not sure. I thought I saw Katie Easton. Maybe she's still here. I met with Chris earlier this week and Kevin, and I think one of the things similar to what Kendra was saying, I think there's some things I'd like to see within the TIF districts also, and similar to what Roy was just saying, there's some, substantial, what's the word I'm trying to find? There's some substantial salaries being paid in those TIF districts. And I think one of the things I would really like to see is maybe a revisiting of the memorandum of understanding to update that, since it's been going a few years now. But I would really like to see at least one time presented to council each year what the board vision of those TIF districts are for the TIF district. We don't ever get a vision presented to us. What we get presented to us are approvals for piecemeal projects, but we don't ever really hear what is the vision of that functioning board to increase the TIF, to remove the blight, and the vision of the district. So I would actually like to see how the board is functioning, what the vision is, and have that come forward. Plus the fact I'm going to re-emphasize a standardized form amongst the 3 TIF districts that come to City Council for approval for projects. That's just my request. Other council members may feel differently on that, but I would really like to see a standardized form between the 3 TIF districts, and my encouragement would be to really move in the direction of what we see come out of the eBird. That's my personal preference. Other city council members may feel differently, but I'm happy to talk with you further about that if you'd like for me to. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Purington.
Well, just in response to that, Penny, I did talk with someone, I think they were in the eBird, it wasn't Zach, but the comment was that the districts are handled differently, so that's why they don't do that. And the eBird does not usually hold to that 5-to-1 because of the types of projects that they do. So, I mean, I think, yeah, to have a better understanding, I'm with you on that one.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese?
I want to just express my agreement with Council Runnings regarding that. Everything she said on that, I agree with that. So I really do hope that TIF districts follow through on something like that.
Thank you. As do I, but in my discussions, my understanding is I think they're working on that, or at least I hope they are. Not because they do have a little bit different way of handling things. It may be that they fill out that form differently, or say not applicable or applicable in a different way, but at least if you start with the same form, it allows you to make those comparisons and understand those differences better. Chris Kukulski had your hand up.
Would it be helpful, here's a summarization I would have of some of what I'm hearing that I think would help. So each of the districts have an urban renewal plan. Those plans were adopted by the elected officials at some point. So I think an update to the council sometime in the next 90 to 120 days of where they are in the implementation of that plan and how the budget directly affects the implementation of the plan would be the baseline of keeping you and future councils understanding the big picture of what is the purpose of the district, what is it trying to accomplish, and where is it now in implementing those overall strategies. And I'm comfortable in working with the 3 that's something that they can produce. And then I would say, as similar to some other comments, there is a significant difference between the services provided in the downtown TIF. That's very similar to what I've seen in Montana in other cities. Doesn't make it right or wrong, but there are a lot more services that come, and that's why there's a staff there. The other 2 districts are very lean operations with 1 consultant providing services, if you will, as administration. Again, not a judgment, good or bad, but they're very different. And that's pretty consistent, too, with what I've seen in Montana and in Michigan, where I worked. Downtown, business improvement districts, TIF districts, a whole series of groups working together to make the downtown strong, whereas these other districts tend to be more singular in kind of their focus and much smaller as far as what the staff need is to incentivize development. So
Okay, Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe it was 2 years ago, we did a pretty in-depth study trying to unify these, and it didn't pan out real well. Spent quite a bit of time. Wyatt was involved in it, all red lines and all kinds of stuff, and each one just kind of still operated on their own program for the same reasons that Chris just says. Oh, there's so many differences. But if you have a TIF district, there should only be one employee representing and paid by the TIF, I think. And then if you got like the Downtown Business Association, all them, if they got other people hired, then that gets paid out of a different pot. That was my big contention when I asked this be done 2 years ago, is because of the big discrepancy in the operating expenses. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ronning and Joy?
If I could just follow up on, and I am understanding what you're saying, Chris, I'm absolutely understanding, and I was a part of that committee also, Frank, and I think that's why I feel so strongly about how I do right now, because of what we did almost 3 years ago, and not really seeing a lot of alignment with what was discussed, so I feel pretty strongly about that it's a good time to revisit that. But I would also like to emphasize that each one of these TIF districts has a board of directors. And I think that the executive directors can really be serviced well by those boards. And I think that those boards of directors also need to be held accountable to what those TIF districts are doing, how they function with those executive directors, and how those projects are approved and how they fit into that vision and that plan you're talking about. And I think I think it could be tighter, and I think it could serve the community and the city at large in a greater way to have that vision continually focused on by those boards and how the presentations come to city council. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, other questions for staff or directors? I'm not seeing anything. So thank you, everybody, for the discussion, and thank you, Andy. We'll move then to the TBID, the Tourism Business Improvement District presentation. That's page 284 of your budget book, 284. And looks like who's doing our TBID presentation tonight? Alex? Alex Tyson, it's all yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I believe our Chairman, Joe Studner, is going to begin this evening.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. As Alex said, my name is Joe Studner. I'm with the Irk Hotel Corporation here in town. We have 3 hotels in Billings, including the Hampton Inn, the Hampton Inn Suites, and the Homewood Suites by Hilton. And my main reason here tonight is to introduce Allie and her crew, but I wanted to step up and invite the mayor, the city council, down to some TBID meetings at the chamber. We meet the second Thursday of every month at 8:30 at the chamber. And I would love for you people to come down and meet us one-on-one instead of by Zoom or at a city council meeting. Come to our meetings so we can meet you personally and you can understand where we're coming from and we can understand where you're coming from a little better. But to talk about Visit Billings before I turn it over to Alex, I think you people have to realize that with the Visit Billings group, Alex Tyson is the head of that, and her staff done just a remarkable job during the COVID pandemic, letting people know in our region, in our area, that Billings was alive and well, to come and visit, and we would guarantee your safety. They went over backwards with their programs to have people understand that it was safe to travel to Billings during the pandemic. It's quite interesting to see that a year ago at this time, we were operating at about a 10% occupancy in our hotels around the city. Just recently, in the past month or so, we've had weekends where our hotels have been at 90% capacity. With some of the sporting events that have come along, that Visit Billings has helped get those sporting events into town. We had the Volley Fest. We've had 2 state tournament basketball tournaments. We had the first ever girls state high school wrestling championship here in Billings. And probably the greatest reason for those coming to the Billings area was Visit Billings and her crew. So I'm going to turn it over to Alex. She can tell you what they've done for COVID-19 during 2021 and what their program is going to be for fiscal year 22. So Alex, go ahead and take it away.
Joe, thank you very much. Mayor and Council, thank you for having us tonight. Always look forward to being in front of you and answering any questions you may have. We do want to keep it to 10 minutes tonight, and so we look forward to maybe at the next couple of months being able to be in front of you with a little bit longer program. As hard as it is to maneuver these times, as all of you know right now, recovering is, we're just beginning as far as the recovery is concerned. Fortunately, our destination, Billings, is a destination that people need, and we're also a destination that people want to make part of their lives and part of their itineraries. So that puts our lodging and hospitality industries in a position for maybe a quicker response and a recovery to some extent. Our partners are better positioned, but our work is obviously only beginning as a community to position Billings as the place to return to come back to do business, to meet, to play, to compete, and to enjoy. We're fortunate that through the last 14 months that these things are still intact. The reasons why we are Montana's trailhead. The pandemic didn't change the fact that our position to Yellowstone and national monuments and state parks are along the Great American Road Trip. The fact that, we still have our brewery trail and our key businesses and our museums and Alberta Bear Theater opening up for business, and the pub station, the Babcock Theater and the Art House, and Harry Koyama's gallery. Those are the reasons why we are Billings and Yellowstone County and Montana's trailhead. And those are the reasons why people want to come here. Our outdoor recreation is second to none in the area. It's just making sure that people know what they can expect when they come here. When we look at pre-COVID impacts, this slide right now talks about the fact that in 2018, we had 2.6 million visitors who spent $622 million in our market. We have a long way to go to rebuild where we were. And when we look at what we're doing right now, we feel that we're in a very positive position fiscally because we have been very responsible, and we're fortunate to be where we are because we have great leadership in our board members like Joe and the rest of our board, and we have incredible staff. But where we are right now is 4.5 million US jobs lost in travel and tourism by the end of last year. Our hotel occupancy, as you heard Joe allude to, in the nation was down 33%. It was far greater in Montana. And there were a couple of days in March and April and May that we were at 4 to 6% occupancy. Our state lodging facility use tax is at 2012 levels as far as collections are concerned. And in 2020, we were down 31%. But this time last year, we stopped spending, and we immediately took canceled projects, and we put $400,000 into fiscal year 22. That's jumping an entire fiscal year. We were able, thank goodness, to grants to be able to simultaneously let people know that we're open and that they could come here and enjoy all that Montana offers, but that they could do so responsibly. And how do you could explore Montana responsibly, put safety first, exploration second, and for encouraging people to do their part so that we could keep our school doors open. But we present this thing a $1.8 million budget, which would not be possible had we not been able to have savings from FY20 heading into FY22, and then of course the grants. So we'll be at a full capacity, obviously very cautious this year since we are unsure of especially our winter months, October to April, and what that looks like, especially since meetings are still struggling, as well as business travel. We really do believe that sports and leisure are the reason why we've seen 90% occupancy on some of the weekends. Our relationships and our resources and our re-education and our recovery and our resiliency as a community and as an industry are why we are where we are, and we look forward to making sure that we're supporting all of our stakeholders in our community as Billings responds after the pandemic. I just wanted to show you a little bit more of the impact on lodging and percentage of occupancy year over year. You can see where we were in April of 20 and where we were in March of 2021. And, the core strategies have not changed, and they're stronger than ever as far as staff is concerned. We are down some positions that we hope to rehire in the next 6 months, but we will continue to foster visitor growth, that visitor experience, leisure, travel, as well as our meetings segment. Sports tourism has really, really helped us, along with leisure, as I mentioned. And of course, we couldn't be happier with Kevin Plone and his team and the progress that they have going on at the airport that will help us be positioned to be a stronger destination. And now I'd like to introduce Allie Murmian, who's our leisure marketing, sales, and social media manager.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time tonight. I'll try to be brief, although marketing is a beast, so give me a minute. All of our marketing decisions are based on the research and data that we receive almost daily. We talk a lot about where we thought we would be a year ago, and a year ago we thought we would be in heavy competition with major cities like Denver, San Francisco, major busy metropolitan areas. While we still are in competition with them, the research and the travel sentiment shows us that people are still more interested in visiting these wide open spaces, where there's room for social distancing. And so the larger cities just aren't as appealing as we thought they would be this summer for many travelers. And so we are going to use that sentiment to our advantage. So with a diverse print and digital approach, we're able to really focus our marketing strategy to continue to increase awareness for Billings with the Forge Your Own Path brand. And for that, that's a path for every personality, whether you're family, arts and culture interested, history, outdoor recreation, a two-wheel traveler, or the foodie. We can also continue to increase awareness for Big Skies, unspoiled outdoor adventure, and of course the most found Yellowstone with the Beartooth Highway. We continue to encourage our visitors to visit all aspects of our city, and that includes the culinary and cultural offerings, as I said, and then continue to drive unique and repeat traffic to our website. And so this year, as you'll remember, last year we presented our goals and plans for a Great American Road Trip, and we are continuing to use that campaign with some upgraded. But with any campaign, the research on whether or not it's working is extremely important. And so these are some of our engagements that we track to tell us that we're spending our dollars responsibly and that we're able to adjust if we need to. So landing page visits, requests for visitor guides, 3 minutes on site, basically anything that shows us that they're actually planning a visit to Billings. And at any point, if we're in a market where it's not working, we are able to adjust so that we can make our dollars go faster. So where are we marketing? For us, we have two markets, basically our drive market and our fly market. As you'll see, our drive market is regional. Most of the state of Montana, or all of the state of Montana, excluding the city of Billings, northern Wyoming, western Dakotas, with also keeping in mind that last year when we were able to market a little bit, we expanded that drive market to kind of encompass Salt Lake City and Denver. But those would technically fall into our fly markets. And this year, our 5 fly markets that we're focused heavily on are Minneapolis, Denver, Salt Lake City, Chicago, and Dallas. Now, I would like to note on this that basically if you show interest in Billings, I'm going to find you and I'm going to serve you an ad. But with that being said, we can't be in all the markets all the time. So these 5 fly markets are where we start building awareness and then follow up once you show interest. Whereas some of the other markets, once you show interest, then we start feeding you ads, if that makes sense. So with that being said, I'd like to share a little bit of our Great American artwork, just highly inspirational, beautiful work on our website by our marketing team. We have itineraries, meetup, and then these are some of the artwork that we're using this year. Rest stops are earned, the trailhead to awesome. Just some inspirational, get outside, get away from those four walls that you've kind of been stuck in for the last year, and enjoy the Big Sky State and all that Montana's trailhead has to offer. Now, all of that also plays into social media. That's an important part of any marketing strategy. And for us, it continues to be a way for us to share our story in an editorial manner. So it really gives us a personality. And our personality is the approachable and lighthearted trail guide. So you're looking for something to do here, we can help you find it. And so we have multiple ways to do this via Facebook. We're able to we're able to inspire, but also communicate with our potential visitors, whether they've been here or they're on their way here or they're returning. How can we help them find new things to do while they're on their trip, as well as encouraging them to check out our blog and website. Instagram, being a photo-centric social media, definitely serves more as that high-level inspiration. We're going to show you the pretty mountain or pretty vista and hope that you come here. And then new this year, we've created Tippies. So we're able to help increase our user-generated content experience. So when someone's sharing that selfie on the rims, hopefully they'll add one of these stickers with the big skies for miles, and we actually have 10 of those. And then, of course, TikTok has made a splash this year. So having to stay with the trends, we are checking out TikTok by doing some fun facts. They're really neat, and we're very excited to be trying out a new medium, and hopefully it will perform as well as it has been for the last couple of weeks. So we're excited to see where that's going. So with that, I'll end my marketing strategy and open it up to any questions to myself or Alex or Joe.
Thank you very much, Joe, Allie, Alex. We're glad you made it through, and we're glad your hoteliers did. You're critical to our economy and our friends as well. So thank you. You took the brunt worse than anybody over the last year. So looking forward to a much better year. Let me start with a question. At the last slide that Allie had, used the phrase "the Magic City," upper right-hand corner. For 10 years, I've been trained to never use that phrase, that we are Montana's trailhead. Are we now succumbing back to where we were before, and are we now the Magic City? Is it okay if I use that phrase? Nobody's going to hit me.
We won't hit you, Nicole. However, we did decide to embrace it for the stickers. We thought it had a little pizzazz. We certainly still have our Montana's Trailhead for Jerome Path. We will continue to use the Montana's Trailhead brand.
Just to a reminder that Magic City is a great nickname, and we will always be the Magic City, but it means nothing to somebody who is in the Midwest wanting to come to Montana, because there's, as you know, Mayor, you were with us during the process, there's 11 Magic Cities up the rail line. So as a Magic City and as a nickname, it's amazing, but that community brand, we still embrace the Montana's Trailhead. And I do want to note that we do also have Luke Ashmore on the line with us tonight. He's our special projects and programs manager and helps us with all of our visitor facilitation. And if you have any questions regarding that, he's here with you. Otherwise, we would like to take more time to talk about our trail guides and something like that, or other items like that coming up at a later agenda.
Okay, thank you. Other council members, questions for any of our TBID representatives? Councilmember Ronning and Purington?
Pam was before me.
Okay, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. This is a question for either Joe or Alex. Whenever you show the revenue at 1.8 million, where does that come from? You've mentioned grants.
Yeah, Mayor, Council Member Purington, the TBID is funded by the $2 per occupied room per night. And so the 1.8, as far as what our collections were, we know where we are right now from our September 2020 or our third quarter of the calendar year 2020 collections. We also know what we will be receiving as of July 1 on our fourth quarter of 2020 collections. And then we estimate first and second quarter of the calendar years. That will be about $1.3 million, and then the remaining will be savings from FY20, as well as savings that we had in this fiscal year due to grants.
Thank you. Follow-up, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
So Alex, I would suppose that you have a seat at the table for the Metro Park and that vision of the Metro Park?
Mayor, Council Member Purington, we have many members of the TBID board, as well as general stakeholders, as well as some of the Chamber and the Visit Billings staff on numerous committees that we've been asked to be on some of those committees as part of the Metro Park process, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Alex, Ally, just really fantastic as always. I have always believed that you are a world-class marketing team right here in Billings. You could compete on the world level. There's just no two ways around that. Really outstanding. Really thankful and grateful to see some of the images that I did. So thank you so much. Truly, truly outstanding. So kind of in alignment with what Pam had just asked, and one of the things I had written down. So what we're seeing increase are Airbnbs, and is there any opportunity that you see in the future to incorporate those stays in Airbnbs in your revenue sources? That's one question. And then the second question is, how can I get you on board with the Big Sky Rail Authority?
Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Ronning, thank you for your time and for your question. Steve Warlick has been, he's on our board, and he owns obviously a property, and he also owns Airbnbs. As a board member, he's done a very good job, not only helping us understand what it looks like from a short-term rental point of view to collections for us locally, but he also helps the state. We understand that Airbnb has done a good job of collecting state lodging tax dollars through their corporation. And so we do see some of those collections on the backside through our state lodging tax collections. We will, however, be this year, obviously Billings and Yellowstone County look nothing like Gallatin County, Park County, Glacier County, Missoula County when it comes to the Airbnbs, but it is definitely something that we feel at some point, if not now, will be impacting a budget. And we know that they are obviously, taking market share. I don't want to say in a negative way, but definitely, from if I'm Joe, you have an Airbnb, it's a competitor. We subscribe to many research companies and data. One of them is AirDNA. This will be our first full year with AirDNA, which is kind of like a Smith Travel Research, only for Airbnbs and Vrbo. And so I would say this time next year, we'll have a little bit of a better understanding of what that impact looks like, Councilmember Ronning. And we look forward to seeing what that could look like. We feel at this point in time, pre-pandemic, that it would be probably close to $30,000 to the TBID budget if those dollars were assessed to those room nights. Your second question, I apologize.
Big Sky Rail Authority.
Oh, yes. We've had many conversations about it. They've done a great job of presenting to the chamber. They have not yet presented to the TBID board. I believe that the concern is that while it is of interest to us, the cost, I think, is a little bit of a concern to our board members. I also think that while we don't want to be, it's not that we want to be flippant about not paying attention to the project and the opportunity. I think that there are so many projects and priorities within the market right now that we need to pay attention to, from destination build and from product development, so that people continue to come to Billings. And I understand what that rail piece would mean to us, that I think it's just something that hasn't become a priority. But we would welcome you to join us at a board meeting so that we could learn a little bit more as well.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Council members Joy, Chariki, Neese?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I happened to attend one of the virtual meetings of our state, county representatives, our legislators during the session. So I just wanted to ask, have you been impacted by any new legislation that has been passed through this session? Thank you.
And here, Ally, I'm going to ask you to collapse your screen. That way we can see all the council members. Or whoever's got it. Thank you. Legislation.
I am not sure. I think that we feel that we, as far as any new legislation right now that will be taking effect, I think that based on where we were in January, February, March, and April, that we were thinking that things from a state lodging tax and collections point of view, that we would not be positioned where we are right now. I think that we feel that things turned out, so to speak, a little bit stronger than what we had anticipated during the session. I would maybe lean on our chairman, Studner, to see if there was anything specifically that he feels may be of concern to the lodging industry. But for us, from a destination marketing point of view, I feel that our funds and our collections were protected in the end.
Joe, did you want to comment?
I didn't see anything that in the state legislature this year that would affect us greatly at all as far as our hotels go.
Councilmember Joy, Mayor Councilmember Joy, I do know that the marijuana bills and some of the changes that will be taking place and concerns over public safety from a local point of view as well as from a state point of view are definitely something that the industry is monitoring.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese? Or I'm sorry, Councilmember Tricky and then Neese?
Sure. So I pretty regularly have friends from out of state who are coming to Yellowstone, right? And I've tried to convince them to come through Billings. So one thing that would be really nice to be exposed to regularly and have access to are, your social media accounts, how to find things, and especially how to find y'all on TikTok.
We can Mayor and Councilman Turkey, thank you. We can certainly send you links to our social accounts. Right now, we are advertising on TikTok, so this gets a little muddy, but we haven't activated per se our TikTok, so you can get served an ad, but if you go to our current page, there are no TikToks yet, but we hope to be adding those this week. So I'll share that information with you as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple issues I want to address. One is it goes back to the legislation issue as far as, I know I brought this up, I think the last time you were here at the council, about the public using some of this money for public safety. So it's great that you guys do a great marketing, bring people in, have events here. You actually can even pay to supplement some events. But these people, people come in, put a lot of pressure on our public safety resources and infrastructure. But as I understand, the legislator prevents you from using dollars to supplement some of that public safety. So did you guys look at trying to go to the legislator to get your rules changed at all so that you can, or would you consider doing something like that so not only can you support events coming into town, but you can also support some of the impact? Because the money that's spent in the city is great for the businesses, for the owners, for the employees who work there. And it even increases indirectly some value in the property that comes through property taxes, but it doesn't really bring dollars in to some of the direct impact that we see during those events. Are you working towards that end at all?
I think we're working towards that end. I think I'll follow up with you. Steve Warwick was up at the state legislature working on that fact, and I'll find out what he has found out so far on that, and I'll get back to you, Mr. Neese.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, if you don't mind,
Go ahead.
Another question was to Allison regarding the marketing. When you showed your map, it was interesting to see where your fly zone was, where just the first hop out of Billings was, and it really isn't trying to draw people in from San Diego, from Florida, from Texas, and places that really would maybe benefit from seeing Montana and hearing about Montana. And I don't know if that's something you guys consider. Again, you're a marketer, you understand this a lot better than I do. But again, one of the things I would like to see is more direct flights to these farther destinations and not just to our hop destinations. And if we get more traffic coming from them, maybe we could actually get nonstop flights. So is that something that you guys have looked into and said, no, that's just not possible? Budget constraints, what is it that why you don't really target some of these larger two-hop cities to try and get the people here?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman Neese, for the question. It's an excellent question and definitely one I'm prepared to go into detail on. We do market regularly to basically anyone who shows the behavioral interests of Montana. So if you live in LA and you Googled Montana, we're very creepy and we figure out a way to kind of serve you some ads. We also do other things in California. For example, on a regular year, we attend the Travel and Adventure Show in LA and are able to talk about that. But it is a budgetary concern. It's very expensive to be in all of these markets and all of them at once and do it well. And so you really do have to kind of pick and choose who's showing the most behavioral, behavioral manners that they would come to Billings. So I don't want to call them low-hanging fruit because we still have to get the ladder out, but they are low-hanging fruit than like say a Florida. And then the other concern you have is when you spend those marketing dollars and it's harder to get here, are you being fiscally responsible with those dollars going towards someone in Florida who maybe has 2 flights to get here versus someone in Chicago who can get here in 1 flight? So it's kind of a chicken and the egg situation, but we do a really good job of working with Kevin and him letting us know when they're getting ready to go into a market so that we can help boost our advertising in that area to hopefully help fill his new flight.
Mayor, do you mind if I ask one more question?
Sure, let's try to make this last. We're almost an hour behind, so we should move on.
Allison, this is to you again. When you're doing your marketing and advertising, do you any kind of joint ventures with, for instance, like Red Lodge, because that's kind of a destination people would fly to Billings, or Cody would fly to Billings to go to those. Or Miles City even. Do you do any kind of joint marketing with some of those local events or communities to try to draw them to Billings as well?
Mayor Cole and Councilman Neese, thank you. Yes, our joint ventures are some of our most important dollars spent. Red Lodge is one of our strongest partners, obviously, as we promote the Beartooth Highway as a scenic route to Yellowstone. But we also have a really strong partnership with the State Office of Tourism and try to find ways to stretch our dollars any way that we can with those partners around the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Presenters, we appreciate your efforts, and let's hope for a better next fiscal year. Hard to imagine a worse one, so thank you again. With that, we'll move then to the Downtown Billings Improvement District.
I just wanted to know, Alex was on there. I wonder, is that what the weather looks like? I hope if she's in Billings.
Yeah. Okay. Who's our presenter for the downtown bid?
Katie Easton. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. And we can
great. And see my screen.
Yep, looks great.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time tonight. I appreciate the long hours you put in this week, and I appreciate the opportunity to back cleanup for these presentations tonight. So let's get this wrapped up. I have Joe Stout, the Director of the Business Improvement District, with me here tonight. I would also just offer to you that if you see anything in this presentation that you'd like to know more about, we love to walk around downtown with anybody who's interested. So it's an open invitation to you to grab a cup of coffee with one of us and walk around downtown and actually see the work that we're doing. So I wanted to start with just the overarching strategic priorities for the Downtown Billings Alliance. The first is promoting public safety for our community, but specifically for downtown. This is an issue that rises to the top for us all the time, and we definitely place this at the top of our priority list to promote public safety within the Business Improvement District. We also challenge ourselves to market and elevate downtown Billings as the best place to live, work, and play through multiple different efforts, but the work that we do within the Business Improvement District is certainly a program that does help to create a clean and safe and attractive downtown Billings. We also work really hard to facilitate thoughtful downtown development through the partnership, which you've already seen their presentation tonight, as well as the work that's done through the bid. Within the Business Improvement District, we have several programs that we run. First is the CLEAN program. We also have a SAFE program. We have a Thriving Public Art program. And then recently, the Downtown Billings Business Improvement District Board voted to include community engagement and events into the Business Improvement District. Events have gone back and forth between the association and the Business Improvement District, and this year, both boards voted to move those into the Business Improvement District specifically. So the work that we do within the CLEAN program, you guys are all probably familiar with this. It is truly the most visible part of our program. You will see our gentleman there in this lovely picture out there sweeping sidewalks, power washing sidewalks, doing snow removal in the winter time, replacing and removing the trash bags all along downtown streets. And then they do have a really robust graffiti removal program. These guys have dialed in the work that it takes to remove graffiti from the side of a building. And so if you do happen to see a new tag anywhere downtown, please let us know. It is likely that we will be able to remove that pretty easily. Also, you'll be very excited to know that our flower basket program is ready to launch this upcoming week. Our flowers have been nurtured along and the baskets are ready to install hopefully at the end of next week, if not shortly after Memorial Day. This year we are excited to have 180 flower baskets going up this year all throughout downtown. You might be interested to know that to water all of those flower baskets, it's about 7+ miles of watering, and we use about 150 gallons of water a week to water those flowers. And so it is an intensive program paid for through the Business Improvement District, and in addition to a partnership with the city where we do receive some money that goes into the green meters downtown. So if you plug a green meter, it's likely that that coin is coming to us to install and maintain these flower baskets. We also have a SAFE program within the Business Improvement District. One that the council is directly related to is the Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, or CPTED, also known as Smart Design and Safer Spaces. Over the last year, we did complete over 20 evaluations. There's 3 in progress right now. We have 20 plus evaluations scheduled over the next year. Over the last year, 6 TIF grants were awarded, which really truly encompassed over $49,000 in investment towards public safety environmental design improvements. One I really want to highlight there on the screen, which I think is such a significant before and after, the Yellowstone Art Museum. You can see their before picture of the visible vault. You guys are all familiar with this building. It is a fantastic space there on the YAM campus. You can see that picture of before they participated in a CPTED evaluation. And then you can see below that after picture. This is a very significant before and after, and I hope that really is impactful to you guys. This is what CPTED is designed to do, and they have seen a significant decrease in incidents at their visible vault there. You are also probably familiar with our 2 full-time Billings police officers. We do have a new officer this year. Officer Brad Manser's been there for over a year now, but Officer Phil Tanis joined us this year. These guys are fantastic. They bring such an amazing energy to our Downtown Safe program. They respond to over 5,000 calls annually to downtown, the central core, and then the surrounding area. Our Safe district does extend all the way up to North Park, the MSUB campus, and then extends all the way south down to South Park. And so they do cover a significant amount of space there. One of the programs that was created by our officers was the creation of a trespass enforcement agreement downtown. This just allows the officers to go and speak with a property owner, allow them to sign this trespass enforcement agreement, and then it allows a police officer to go ahead and implement a trespass citation or move somebody out of a space without having to call the business owner at 3 o'clock in the morning, which is how originally that was the trespass was designed. And so this agreement really does help the officers do their job in a timely manner and not have to make that phone call in the middle of the night. We're also really excited to be working on the re-implementation of the MAP program. This is Motivated Addiction Alternatives Program. I'd love to come back and give you guys a much longer presentation about MAP and where we stand with that. And then our officers, they should be arriving back in Billings any moment now, but they have been in San Diego presenting at the National 2021 SAMHSA conference. SAMHSA is Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration, and this is a national program that really is the best practices for substance abuse and mental health. Our two officers were asked to go and speak on the MAP program. What are we seeing there as successes? What has worked for us? And then what are we faced with in challenges in our community for the MAP program? So I'm really proud of our officers to be representing Billings at this national conference. Also in our SAFE program, we have our Resource Outreach Coordinator, or our ROC. Cody Christensen Linton is our ROC right now for downtown Billings. He's been working really hard at re-implementing the MAP program and working with our service partners to develop a mobile crisis response pilot program in downtown Billings. We partner really closely, and we're really proud of the partnerships that we do have with Substance Abuse Connect, Continuum of Care, Off the Streets Low Barrier Shelter, Rimrock, Community Crisis Center, Healthcare for the Homeless, only to name just a few. We really feel that without those partnerships with these service providers, the programming that we really want to do that can be impactful for downtown Billings and ultimately the community of Billings, we have to have really strong partnerships there. And so we're working on developing some MOUs with those partners and really aligning our services and our mission so that we can work together. We do have a robust public art program. I think this is a really beautiful picture of the alley behind the pub station. This really highlights a program that we're so excited to have going this year, and it's the creation of the light bike trail. So that bicycle that you see the lights lit up there, that is a light bike. This is a program and an art installation that does help to activate an alley. It brings light, it brings foot traffic, and in the big picture really truly creates a safer alley, and we call that alley activation. And so over the next few months, we're going to be installing a total of 11 bikes. And we are using the very unique hashtag Light Bike Trail. Nobody in the country uses that hashtag, and so we're excited to be able to capture that and develop yet another reason to come visit downtown Billings and come see these light bikes. We have an amazing amount of public engagement with those bikes. And so we've been facilitating new alley murals. We have a new mural going into the alley off of 29th Street. We're really excited about that. We continue to work with the Public Works Department on our traffic signal box artist wraps. We have 3 new wraps going in the next month or 2. So we'll definitely highlight those as those come online. We're also working on really trying to develop a large-scale sculpture installation program where we can start adding some sculpture installations to other blocks outside of the Sky Point stop sign there and add a few more sculptures. So we're really excited about our public art program. Ultimately, not only does this drive visitorship to downtown Billings, but it truly does impact public safety. And so we are excited to be able to add our resources to the program for all of downtown and really create a vibrant public art program. In addition, one of the new pieces that we've added this year to the bid at the direction of the board of directors is community engagement and events. We are so excited to have our events come back online. We worked really closely with our county health officials and other event coordinators around the entire community to bring back our parades, Alive After 5, Strawberry Festival, Chalk on the Walk, Downtown Summer Sounds, Harvest Festival, all of those. We cannot wait to bring those visitors back downtown because ultimately that's what it's about. What brings visitors to downtown where they're going to shop, they're going to eat, they're going to stay and play. and then ultimately drive that successful and sustainable downtown Billings. We had great engagement on our social media this year, really adding some significant numbers that do help. We had a complete revamp of our website there, where we really created more of a directory. If somebody is coming to visit Billings and they look up downtown Billings, they're really going to find where you can eat, shop, stay, play, and give them that resource. Quickly with the budget, I want to spend more time on this if you guys would like to at a later date, but this is something that you've seen every year. It hasn't changed significantly in terms of the actual budget. The one piece that I really do want to point out this year, we did come out of last year with a reserve in place, which was a real a good and positive outcome for us at the end of a challenging year. Part of that came that because unfortunately we did see some layoffs in our office, but we really jumped in and surrounded those holes within our organization. Everybody did the work that was there. The workload didn't change at all, but we did lose 5 full-time employees last year. But because we were able to realize a reserve there, the bid board of directors did vote to use that reserve, and you'll see that in capital equipment, to purchase some new equipment. Our gator specifically was donated when the Corrette power plant closed down many years ago. It was at the end of its useful life at that point, and we have limped it along ever since then, and it is by far beyond time for us to replace that. So we're really excited to be able to replace some of our equipment, four-wheelers, snow plows, with that reserve. And then we also will be able to realize a reserve at the end of this upcoming fiscal year as well. The assessment piece there, we see a slight increase there. That's generally due to slight increases in property taxes. And then we also had some properties who came to us and they wanted to change their designation from simply the safe zone into the clean zone, where they're able to realize some of the greater services with snow plowing, sidewalk sweeping, and the like. And that was at their request. We were able to add them in there. So I am happy to answer any questions. Joe and I are both here and willing to do so. And again, like I said, we'll happily meet with you and walk around downtown and show you what we're working on.
Thank you, Katie, and thank you to your whole crew. If you would collapse your screen, I'd be able to see some raised hands. Do we have any questions for Katie? Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you. Not necessarily a question, Katie, but just wanted to really thank you. That was an outstanding presentation and very much what I'd love to see from the TIF districts. It really was concise on what those different zones were, what the goals were, how you're addressing public safety, how you're addressing events to bring people back downtown, how the businesses are working together. Great vision. And I could really see the vision in that presentation and see you accomplishing those goals. So really outstanding job. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Katie, I do want to thank you for inviting us downtown, because I did take advantage of that with Councilman Yaki, which we came down there and talked to you about different things you're doing down there. It was enlightening to hear that. And so thank you for that. I encourage other council members that they haven't been down there to visit you, the tour and stuff, see that. I encourage that. I did have a question. One of the things that Councilman Yakovich and I did when we walked around downtown is we do see a lot of vacant stores down there. And I don't, I know this is involved. I don't want to cross lines on the TIF side of things, because I think the TIF is trying to get some of these, vacant stores taken care of. But is there anything you can do through the T-bid to kind of enhance some type of attractiveness, something so you're just not walking by these vacant stores? Use these property owners to have, like you say, some kind of art in the window, even though it's vacant, have something that people can at least be walking by to see, to keep that activity on that street. Because when you got 5 or 6 stores that are all vacant in a row, people are just not going to go down the street. But if there's something there to attract them, they would kind of, again, keep that activity going. Is that something that this department can kind of be involved in? Or have you thought about doing something like that?
Yeah, Mayor Cole, Council and Councilmember Neese, I appreciate that question and that observation. We do work really hard. All four of our organizations under the Alliance really have the same mission of creating that attractive and vibrant downtown Billings. And if that is working to create a business structure or a business environment that is attractive to those who want to come down, we feel like it's important. So I think that the Clean and Safe initiatives that the bid really encompasses and sees as our true mission for the Business Improvement District. One of the goals there is to create that attractive downtown space, especially when we see vacancies. We work a lot with our property owners that even if there isn't currently occupied, we do work really hard to make sure that they can get a SEPTEB evaluation right away. We're happy to go and help them install lighting. And then we also have worked really hard with some of those property owners to create pop-up activity in their spaces, if that is with an art installation, if that's working with the local high schools with their art students, their performers, really working to make sure that we can activate those spaces. Because if you do have a space that is well lit, that has something that is eye-catching and unique, it does really help to create something that the businesses are interested in pursuing further. We have seen a lot of really amazing property ownership turnover in downtown over the last year, and nothing could be more significant to us than to see some of those engaged owners really come on board and be willing to do work in their spaces. And we are there anytime they are interested in seeing those projects come to fruition. We want to help, and so I accept that and acknowledge your comment and say that's a really important piece.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any final questions for Katie? Don't see any, Katie, so thank you again very much, and we'll see you next year, and hopefully before that. Okay, that then concludes the 6 bullet points under item 1. We'll open up for public comment on item number 1. If anybody would like to comment here in the library on any of the departmental budget presentations, we'll start there and then look to Zoom if there's anyone on Zoom. But first, anyone in the library would like to comment on item number 1? If so, please come to the podium, tell us your name and address, and
Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue, and my wife would like to know if you could fund a police officer out of the South Billings TIF, because we have a fair amount of money, and if that would be appropriate. Then the second question was, earlier, Administrator Kukowski raised an interesting issue, was the inconsistency in the street maintenance assessments with regards to the airport. Well, if you were to search your city tax property rolls, you would find numerous property tax parcels being assessed under street maintenance 2 at a cap of $15.45. There's really no consistent reason why they get this rate of $1,545. You, for instance, have a property that's 30 acres that pays $17,000, but then you have a property parcel that's 20 acres that pays $15.45. You have a property parcel that's worth $4 million that gets the $15.45 rate. You got another parcel that's 5 acres that gets a $15.45 rate. But then you can go find parcels that are 12 acres and they pay $7,000, $8,000. And there's just no arbitrary reason why some are treated one way and some are treated the others. As I understand the statute, you're allowed taxable value, you're allowed trips per day, you're allowed square footage, you're allowed street frontage are your only assessment tools that you can assess that property by. None of them are capped, as I understand the statute. But for some reason, some people get a really good deal at $15.45. You take some of these 20-acre parcels, there's a lot of street maintenance on these 20-acre parcels that needs to be done, and they're getting off really cheap. And I don't understand why earlier administration said that they had the arbitrary right to do this because DOR classified them as undeveloped and unimproved, and I don't believe that holds water statutorily. So personally, I believe I'm being overassessed for my street maintenance because other property parcels are being tapped, which would then contribute at a greater rate, reducing my property parcel rate. Because if we were all taxed at the same rate, mine would go down, some would go up, but we'd all be treated equal. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We'll take public comment if staff wants to fill in, offer any response to that when we're done. They can. Otherwise, we may ask you to come back at a future meeting. But further public comment.
Great. Thank you. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, my name is Ed Gulick. I live at 3015 10th Avenue North. A few things, city street light districts, I'm glad to hear that there is conversion of those happening to LED. I still live in a neighborhood that has the older high pressure sodium lights and not very efficient, and also they shine right in my bedroom window. So glad to hear that. I'd be interested in hearing what the schedule is for that. I could probably talk straight to the Public Works. Presentation on the parking garages reminded me that I don't have a clue which one is Park 2, which one is Park 3, which one is Park 4, etc.
Join the rest of us.
I'm probably not the first to come up with this idea, but I think branding the different parking garages. The Empire Garage is the one I do know which it is, and I highly encourage the parking division to look at in hiring someone creative to look at branding those. Lastly, I think a cost of services study, which I believe has been discussed before by council and staff. I think it have an enormous value for the city going forward in terms of figuring out where to prioritize things. In our office, we say you can't manage what you don't measure, and so having that understanding of things would be really helpful, and I hope that's something that can be funded. I don't know if that's something that needs to be specified in the budget process or not, but that's something that I think the city would benefit from enormously. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on item number 1?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Jennifer Owen. I live at 906 Royal Avenue in the Heights, and I am chair of the Billings Heights Task Force. I want to take a moment tonight and just give a few comments on the public works budgets, particularly in the context of the Interbelt Loop. I want to just reaffirm the Heights Task Force strong and robust, continued support for completion of the Interbelt Loop. Like everybody, we are thrilled with the build grant being awarded to this community. It's been a long time coming. It's worth noting and reminding folks on the record that the build grant is not a trails grant, nor is it a roads grant. It is a multimodal transportation grant with 2 projects funded here for the city of Billings, roads and trails. We would hope from the task force perspective that that continues to be the approach, that this is a multimodal project in which the 2 components, roads and trails, move together simultaneously. We look forward to Public Works turning dirt on those 2 components just as soon as possible. Also wanted to make a few mentions about the infrastructure components that were discussed tonight in conjunction with the Interbelt Loop. Really want to encourage council to every extent possible to where there are infrastructure funds, whether they are federal or state, to direct those to the portion of the Interbelt Loop infrastructure that cannot be reimbursed or would not typically be reimbursed by developers. We know there's work ongoing to have agreements so that if things have to be front-loaded, the city is reimbursed. It's my understanding there is still a portion of that, however, that the city would ordinarily and normally pay, and we would hope that you would prioritize the Interbelt Loop on that list of very significant infrastructure projects that you are hearing in the community. We urge you to move both council and staff with urgency on the Interbelt Loop and the associated trails with it. Let's get that going. It's long overdue, and we are just really very excited. We continue to offer our support to council and to city staff. Anything that we can do to support the Interbelt Loop and move it forward with expediency, we'd certainly like to do. Outside of my role as Heights Task Force, I think you all know that I am also a member of the Energy and Conservation Commission. I don't want to speak on behalf of the commission, but I would not want to let the public work budget go by without taking a moment to really commend the work of Louis Engels in supporting that commission. He is an exceptional leader for the Public Works Department. He has been an extraordinary staffer. That whole conversation is open to technology and innovation and trying new things. It is data-driven, it is evidence-based, and as a citizen who sits on that committee, it's just really extraordinary leadership, and I just wanted to take a moment to really commend. We've been doing this for a little over a year now, and it's really just been a pleasure working with him and all the folks in Public Works, Jessica Iverson as well. There's just really good work going on there, and I wanted that mentioned tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the library here? Don't see any, so if you're online watching on Zoom and you would like to comment on item number 1, use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Click on that so that Denise Bowman, our city clerk, knows you'd like to be unmuted. Denise, do you see anybody who has used the raise hand feature to comment on item number 1?
No, Mayor, we have no attendees on Zoom this evening.
Okay, well then we'll close the public comment on item number 1. Thank you very much. And we'll move to item number 2. As you remember, we added item number 2, budget review and public safety mill levy discussion. We do have Chris Kukulski's proposed budget review. I believe, Chris, you're taking us through this? Andy is. We're a tag team.
Andy's going to kick off the first part, and then I'll add a bit. And
it was in what was, this is what was distributed by email this morning.
Yes. Yep, so that piece was on the agenda. Well, thank you for correcting it. It was not specifically identified in the agenda. It was in the packet material. The addition after Andy and I covers that piece, we'll touch on a component of the public safety levy relative to a time-sensitive issue there. So if Andy could walk us through the kind of overview, interested in if you've got some feedback for us tonight. Otherwise, we'll move on and prepare for the 7th. And then I need to hit a piece of the public safety levy schedule.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is not intended to be a in-depth overview. Here, look at me showing that all. But mostly an opportunity for staff to get some feedback from you to make sure that we have kind of the best presentation for you on June 7th, and we're prepared for information that you guys want. But I'm going to go over a couple things. Let's just kind of recap. There are a couple of changes to the proposed budget that you have been made aware of. I want to make sure, again, that we are all aware that these should be made. First, there's the summary pages on pages 20 through 38. There were some funds that were changed shortly before we printed the proposed budget for additional sidewalk construction. The funds in the Public Works Department are correct. The summary pages on pages 20 through 38 did not get updated to include that information. So this will increase the budget in gas tax and sidewalk construction, street maintenance and sidewalk construction, and then gas tax and street maintenance districts. And I've got the summary here in a couple slides. This is the same information you received the night we proposed the budget. Then the additional cost for the paralegal and the city attorney. Those two items make up the additional revenue and expenses that needed to be added to the overall summary of the entire city budget, taking it from $463,995,349, adding $420,000 of expenses, $464,415,349. So when we come back on June 7th, this is kind of our starting point, is 464, 415, 349. Again, there's nothing new here other than that it wasn't included in the printed proposed budget. There have been a couple of items that you guys have inquired about, and I've tried to get a summary here for you. So if this isn't what you're after, then let me know and we'll maybe dig deeper. But there was a question about overall growth rate at the city. This chart is different from the one I sent you earlier today because I found an error and I fixed it here. So the revenue is the one that changed. The expenses actually didn't change at all. But what I did is I took the actual expenses for the entire city over the last 5 years and the actual revenue from our audited financial statements. Projected them, or didn't project them out. I took the actuals here from 15 to 20, show you what the increase in revenue is 26% or 5% per year. The increase in expenses is 21% or 4.3% per year. Again, this is all funds, all expenses combined, and that was the request. There was a question, I believe, about property insurance thresholds from Councilmember Ewalt on the first evening. We did confirm the deductible is $250,000 per occurrence. This was increased in 2015 and then again in 2020, and that's where we're at today with a limit of $500 million of coverage. This one, there's a lot here, and so I'm not going to go through it other than tell you what it is. You have this slide, so well, let me back up here. That's why I put this part first. The revenue is $405 million for the budget, and our expenses are $464 million. Right? We're using $59 million of reserves, or proposing to use $59 million of reserves to balance the budget this year. So the question was asked, okay, should we be concerned about that? Where's that happening? We want some more information on that. So these are the funds in the red box where we are using reserves to balance the budget. And I think I only pulled everything over, $40,000. There's a couple smaller ones that are $7 here and there, but these are the major ones. And then in the green box, you have the opposite. These are the funds that are adding to reserves in their budget. If you netted those two together, you'll find that that's a use of reserves of $49 million.
59.
Yes, sorry, 59, yes. In the red box where the use of reserves is occurring, every single one of them is for one-time projects or capital projects primarily, except for in the general fund where we've talked about portion, 1.3 million being used is an operating expense that we are using fund balance to cover. And then in the planning fund, they are showing a use of reserves of $209,000, I'm sorry. And and they are, we do think we have conservative estimates for the grant revenue for that fund, but we want to make sure we watch both of those as we go forward because we can't continue to do that going down the road. So again, I'm not going to go through all those. If you do want detailed information on any of those, it should be in your budget book. If it's not, let me know and we'll find it.
Sandy, if I could just add, just to summarize it too, and thank you. Again, big picture, as he said, of the 59, with the exception of the 1-3 and the planning piece, these are all projects that have been planned for, anticipated, and we put money away in preparation for capital projects. One of the biggest exceptions Debbie mentioned tonight is the $3.2 million to get utilities to the development project at the front end of the Interbelt Loop. So that one's getting moved up the timeline because of development activity, and that's in the budget component. But again, it's a very legitimate concern. Anytime we have expenditures that exceed revenue, but for big capital investment projects that we've been planning for, and most all of these are fit into exactly those categories. Thanks.
Thanks. The other thing I would highlight is there are a series of items here that are really just due to timing, right? We received the revenue in fiscal 21, we're going to spend it in fiscal 22. That's your refunding of the debt for the library, and then the hail claim, right? We got all the money already, we're going to spend it now in 22. So those are some that is just due to timing in the fiscal year. Our timeline going forward, we are completed with departmental presentations this evening. So well done. June 7th, unless you guys say we're ready to go and adopt the budget, we will come back on June 7th with whatever information you want to spend time on, where you want to see changes, really that's the time to I guess have a lot of debate, and the hope is that we walk out of there with some pretty clear direction on what it is that council wants to adopt. You won't make final action until June 28th, when we will have the budget adoption and some of the rate setting, although I didn't include, we actually won't set a lot of the rates or mill levies until September after we receive taxable value. And so we will have some additional rate settings related to the budget after June 28th. But this here, my goal was to kind of check mark areas that you guys want more information on. And I've checked 3 of them already because some of it you, I think, discussed tonight or last night, and I get the sense there's probably further information needed. But are there other things here? These are the departments, and I have general fund and public safety fund. Are there other things here that you think, you know what, we really wanted to, I don't know, see more about the IT budget? And we'll make sure that we're bringing that back to you. But we don't want to waste your time or the department director's time if you guys are thinking, I'm ready to go on public works, so, let's skip that. So that's kind of what I want to take away tonight. And then are there other areas that you guys really want us to prepare for that aren't here? That's all I've got for the slideshow.
You leave it on that back slide, Andy, the previous slide.
Okay, yep.
I hope that's helpful. We hope that's helpful. And again, we're not, the idea isn't that we would conclude things tonight, except the easy stuff, frankly. If you say, as a group generally, don't need to see more detail there, then we can focus on the areas that you do want to see more information on.
So, Mayor?
Okay, you want to go into discussion on this item, Chris, before you go to your public safety discussion or scheduling issue?
I think it'd be helpful to deal with this, get it wrapped up, and move on.
Okay, Councilor Purington?
So, a couple of the things, one of them was the CPSM.
Yep.
Is that supposed to be for the 7th?
That is, you're correct. There are 2 items on July 7th that night. They will be here to present the Center for Public Safety Management report for fire. Am I getting that date right? June, I'm sorry, did I say July? June 7th, and the budget, this budget discussion, those are the 2 agenda items that night.
So will that include the police? Because we still haven't really discussed the police one, I think. I mean, we got the overview, but we didn't discuss it. I mean, I don't feel like we discussed it. Maybe everyone else thought we did, but.
So to answer your question, no, it was not anticipated. I mean, they've presented, as far as the consultants' work is completed.
Right.
It's circling back, the chief and us and admin, I don't have that scheduled for that night. We're happy to schedule that into the future. But no, that night the focus was going to be on, similar to what you saw with PD, getting the full fire presentation and the full Q&A on the fire side.
Well, then I'm going back to my little axiom that I don't ever say right, but it seems like we're missing some discussion before we go into public safety mill levy as well as budget approval for certain items within the departments. So, I mean, maybe everyone else is comfortable with it. I guess if they are, then I'll just study more of it on my own. But that's kind of where I am with the CPSM for both police and fire. Because if we're going to have the presentation on the 7th, but I mean, how much time are we going to have to talk about it? What do we need to do? What has been done? Those sort of questions.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Well, I was just going to say, if Councilor Purington, since time is short, if there are specific things that staff could be prepared for on the police budget that you could raise now, let's talk about it, or either talk about it or at least alert them.
Okay, because I don't have it before me, so that would, I mean, and that's fine. I mean, I don't mind to do that.
But do you want to go into it now? In other words, do you?
No, because I don't have it before me.
Okay. Okay. Maybe you could communicate with staff between now and then, and because the more we can do online or by email, the better. Time is short. So if you can collapse your screen, I can see the council better, Andy. Thank you. Other reaction to Andy's presentation, in particular, any other items that we want to make sure get addressed? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. The one is, I think you can check Public Works. There was way more in that presentation tonight that I could digest probably in a couple of weeks. They spent 3, 4, 5, 6 months putting that together. They throw it on us in one night and we're supposed to know what's going on. So there's a lot of issues there. The other thing that I got is when you presented the difference between the 5-year revenue and the 5-year expenditure, you had the revenue at 5% and expenditure at 4.3%. What happened to the other 0.7%?
What happens to it?
Yeah.
I would be in fund balance.
Yeah, so if we got 0.7, if we're taking in 5% and we're only spending 4.3, how can we be running at a deficit?
Okay, I'll.
Over a 5-year period, you said this was.
What I would say in general terms, one, that's all funds, all expenditures, all revenue. So just like tonight, you'll see the overwhelming majority aren't running any kind of a deficit whatsoever. Many are adding to reserves in preparation for capital projects. But the general fund, public safety fund, is where we spend our most time talking about off balances.
Well, I think that was the question that was presented, is the general fund, because enterprise funds, they kind of bring amounts to us and tell us this is what we got to have, and so either they go defunct or we give them the money. But the general fund is the questionable one. What's the difference between revenue in the general fund and expenditures in the general fund? How much is the government growing? So.
Thanks. I'll get the answer to that question, but the question was the entire city. I did ask for clarification on that, so
see, that's what
was provided.
Asking all the time on this budget stuff is there's 2 different budgets. You got enterprise budgets and you got general fund budget, and they need to be separated so that they can be understood separately.
Okay. Well, I'll get you the information on that. It is the red and green line chart that I think you saw last night, and it should be in the budget, but I'll get that for you.
Okay. Other Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you. So, yet again, and I'm making a motion tonight, so I am really going to push for a public information officer and a, whatever you want to call it, a development director, a combined position, and I just want to sell this a little bit tonight. So we heard Airport is going to be hiring someone to do marketing for $64,300. They're going to be marketing for basically 2 departments, Airport and Met. $64,300 for that salary, marketing for 2 departments. We currently pay, I think, around $120,000, I think is the contract for KTVQ, or it's something around that for, again, Public Works, 1 department. With a public information officer and a / grant person, development director, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, what these jobs typically do are develop and carry out fundraising strategies. They identify and contact potential donors. They apply for grants. They communicate critical information effectively to the public. They write press releases and prepare information for distribution to media outlets. They do so much. Federal, state, and local government agencies have critical information that need to get out to the general public. We've heard now repeatedly that we've got people who were not hired to be PIOs in these departments coming up with social media strategies. These are not experts in any of these departments. This is an additional job that they're doing, trying to get information out. You know, one of the things I'll also just share, when you look at Facebook, we already see just in I think what's problematic within the city is when you get on Facebook, because the individual departments are doing these things individually, you go onto Facebook, you've got City of Billings, Public Works or Planning, then you've got Billings Police Department, you've got somewhere they say the department, then City of Billings afterwards. There's no consistency, no overall brand. There's no where you go into Facebook and you just type in Billings where all the departments come up. There's no cohesive individual overseeing all that for the City of Billings. So what this position could possibly do is sell Billings, is really sell Billings for all of these departments that are looking for people to come work for our city. We have a tremendous city to work for. Groups that could be identified to raise funds where we're piecemealing funds from them right now are the 3 refineries. We have departments that go to these refineries and they get piecemeal donations. We should have a real cohesive donation. There's no reason why these refineries, the 3 different refineries, we from the City of Billings couldn't be bringing in a significant amount. We have KOA campground. We have no professional grant writers, yet we've heard multiple times in presentations how these different departments are relying on grants, yet we don't even have a professional grant writer on staff in any of our departments. I can go on and on and on, but really what we've heard from the public, what we've heard from our staff, what you're going to be presenting tomorrow is what this city council should be doing. And what Councilmember Purinton just said is, did we even discuss the CPSM study? Because I don't think we did either. We didn't even discuss it. What we heard from public safety in regard to the public safety mill levy from the public that was here is this council needs to be bringing solutions and strategies and plans for how we're moving forward, yet we don't really have anyone that's working with us and getting a cohesive strategy for our city moving forward to compete with the Boise, Idahos, to compete with the Fargos and all of the others. So I'm really going to push for this again because I think a salary that is about the median salary according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics is $59,300. We give that salary plus benefits. If we get a return on that of the minimum of a $500,000 grant, $1 million donation, that's paying for itself. So I'm really going to push for that again, especially if, like Mayor Cole said yesterday, if the different departments contribute to that particular salary, again, we're going to get that paid for. So I'm really pushing for that. And with that, I'm going to make a motion that we direct staff to bring back to us on June 7th a thought out. I know I'm not giving you a lot of time. I'm happy to work with you on this, but to include what that would be if we included that position under the city administration and add that to the city administration budget. So I'm making that motion, and if you need more clarification, I can go for another hour on this, but anyway, so there's my motion.
No, I think that's pretty clear. Councilmember Shaw has the second. She's got 2 fingers up. The only thing I would comment is there wasn't a funding source described in that, so it would presumably use up reserve dollars to fund unless there's some other plan that staff can come up with or repurposing of other dollars. So that's a motion. Let's deal with that discussion. Councilmember Neese and then Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. I would support this if it's fundraising. When I first heard of the PIO and I've read descriptions of PIOs, I would not support that because, it's public facing, there's speech writing and that, but when we're talking about grant writing and some marketing to help with the city where it's actually bringing funds in for the city, I would support that. So if we're talking about creating a position, it would be a position that, make sure that the description is going to be this grant writing as Penny is talking about. To Mayor's comment about funding sources, I think it's something we should probably try for a couple of years, and it's a perfect use for these excess reserve funds. If it doesn't work out in 2 years, that position's not funded. It's not in the budget as a permanent item, but I think we'll see that this person is going to bring in grants, and then there'll be plenty of money that they brought in that we can see that it's well worth it to have a position like that. So, I'm sorry. You can. So anyway, I'm going to support that, but thank you.
So let's clarify whether that is part of the motion. Councilmember Denise, are you saying that you're satisfied if that is an element of the job description or the only job description? In other words, a development offers grant writer, not including the traditional PIO, which puts out press releases and that sort of things. So are you satisfied as described if it's part of, but not exclusively, the job description?
I guess I don't understand your question. What the direction was is to bring back to us something, and so I guess we'll look at that. I guess I'm giving more of my opinion to Chris to formulate ways he formulates what the job was, what I would support, and so he kind of gives that idea, not only the description as well as the time and funding sources. Those are my recommendations, but I will support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brown, and Chris kind of has his hands up. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Joy, I recognize, and then Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a question for City Administrator Kukulski. If this position is within the city administration, is it possible to fund it through the different departments as a, like we have across departments where the department uses the service, they pay for that service? Is that possible? And number two, I think my comment would be I wouldn't be comfortable using reserves for a full-time position because that isn't really what I think reserves are for. But anyway, could you comment on that? Thank you.
So briefly, I would say any of our administrative costs, any costs that gets added to the admin is going to be charged out under the formula in the system. What I'd suggest for tonight, candidly, is not to try to write the job description. I'd say, hey, if there's clearly aren't a majority of you who are interested in this, then please let us know. But if there's more than a majority, then let us do some of that work and bring it back to you in that June 7th conversation. That's how I would suggest using your time tonight, as well as giving us an opportunity to put together the feedback that we've been hearing about the interest.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brown?
No, Chris just said exactly what I was going to say.
Okay. And Andy, you're just standing there because it's good exercise, right?
I haven't stood all day, so. And I got boxes to check up here.
I just want to make sure you weren't trying to get our attention.
No.
Okay, then let's move to a vote on the motion unless somebody desperately needs to add something to it. Okay, hopefully the motion is clear to everybody. If not, raise your hand and we'll clarify. Nope, looks like it. So all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor. Scanning here, it looks like everybody with one possible exception. Voting in opposition, raise your hand. Councilmember Yakovich. So the motion passes. That's the marching orders between now and June 7 on that issue. Back to other issues. What else do we want staff to be working on? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Park District 1 was brought up before. I didn't see it checked off on the boxes as far as some of the explanation of funding. And initially 2 million, now it's 3 million. How are we going to address that? So if we can bring that back, that would be helpful.
Got it.
And just to clarify, Andy and Chris, my understanding is the budget contemplates roughly 3 million plus inflation adjustment. There was some issue about how you calculate the inflation adjustment, but that is the current status of the budget proposal, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Other issues to identify. Councilmember Purington.
I think because it is part of the budget, one of the issue that Mr. Nelson brought up, and maybe Debbie could just address it in an email regarding the SMDs.
I'm sorry, concerning what?
Street maintenance districts.
Street maintenance districts.
And just, I don't want to lose track of Kevin Nelson's point about the calculation of this. And I don't know if you want to comment tonight or look into that and come back, but.
I'd like to put a little bit of comment on the record. So my comments in no way are relative to a concern that there's anything illegal about using zoning and a combination, a hybrid method for the calculation. It's used in several other cities in Montana. As part of the statute, provide another creative resolution, provided there's nexus and proportionality as to what's being charged for the service. Very commonly also, you'll see caps all over the state of Montana for undeveloped property or residential property. And just, again, very high level, if you're on a 5-acre parcel, you're a single family home, your impact on the transportation grid is probably not that much different than another single family home sitting on a smaller lot. So don't walk away with the notion that the caps automatically are a part of the problem I was describing. Frankly, what I was describing, and we can bring a lot more detail back on, but I don't think by June 7th, is the notion of who pays them as a city, departments and divisions. Who do we charge internally and who we don't charge internally? That inconsistency is what I was referencing, not the overall formula, which I would advocate every so many years is not bad to reanalyze overall for the city. But that's not what I was referencing kind of earlier tonight.
And I think we understood that. The thing I'm wondering is it staff's intention, yay or nay, to come back at some point to clarify Mr. Nelson's point, which is what might be this apparent cap. Is that actually allowed in the statute?
Absolutely,
is it really
it's allowed.
something in our resolution? Whatever the paperwork is necessary to do that it makes sense.
So it's not our intent to talk about the caps or the calculation of the formulas unless and until the council wants to have the broad discussion about the methodologies of how we charge stormwater, street, and other assessment districts. So, and then again, I'll reiterate, I'm not aware and I'm not concerned. Maybe Gina's a little bit of homework might change that, but I don't think so from all the years I've been in this business. Caps in and of themselves are not problematic as long as it's
I guess the way I'd leave it, Mr. Nelson, is if you want to, rather than just an oral, if you want to send us an email, property A, B, and C, how do you explain the difference, then we could follow up, but it won't happen unless you give us something in writing, I'd say so. Okay, continuing on, council members Ewalt and Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, is there any place in this budget book that kind of goes through and gives a brief synopsis of percentage increase in everything that factors into the city's budget? Like solid waste, what's the percentage going up? Wastewater, what's the percentage going up? A one pager, it'll probably take 2 pages to get it all done, but if you could email that to us so that we could kind of look it over. And I don't think there's anything that gives a summary of all those percentages without going through the whole thing. Is there?
There's probably not a brief summary that the way you describe it. We do give the total budget and change on every department at the very top. So you could find it for the department. You won't find it for the fund unless you went to the individual fund and calculated it.
It'd be kind of nice to have on one page of paper to see all the increases and how much they all are.
The other piece I would remind folks is in the budget message is what the rate adjustments are. So I realize it's not precisely what you're asking for, but we put to the penny what we anticipate the typical homeowner is going to experience in water, in wastewater, in solid waste, all those adjustments so you can see, and it totals, and I think that's in a paragraph if you look in the budget message. Is that what you're looking for? Or I hear you saying maybe the budget, it's each department's budget increase as a percentage?
Well, like, just depends on which option we use on water rates. It could be a 20% increase or, and how much solid waste is going up. There's a certain percentage. Street maintenance fee is going up a certain percentage. And it would be nice to have all that listed on one piece of paper if you can get it on one so you can see all the percent increases that are going up, because I've had a few people emailing and going, well, every time you turn around, it's going up 3%, 4%. It'd be just kind of nice to have all that on one piece of paper that you can compare it real fast and see what every department in the city's going up percentage-wise. And there might be some that are going down. I think there was a couple that said that they actually had a reduction in their expenditures, so.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you. I guess just to add to what Frank was saying, on the budget book, typically I look for the dollar amount and percentage changes, and that's not something, we have to actually manually calculate that to look on that. That's nothing we can do this year, but in future years, if we could have some way to more quickly identify the changes in items, it helps me determine what items to focus on. But that's just something how I approach the budget. I don't know if anyone else approaches it that way or not.
Yeah, I think I'd like to comment on that. In the past, I've talked about the need for a 30,000-foot view of our budget and budgeting trends. It's too big of a job to do it now, this cycle, but maybe when the dust has settled, just as it'd be nice if the TIF districts all had a very standardized form, if we had a way to look back at long term, not just to last year, but over the last 10 years, 20 years, whatever, on total spending, comparing that against inflation trends, comparing that against construction inflation, per capita income, wealth. I don't know, but the very big pictures that would allow us to look at that, and maybe we could collectively ask what kind of metrics would we like to see. And then that could be refined from year to year and improved. But something like that would be helpful. I don't have a good model. It might be a big task, but and too big between now and June 28th. I'm sure of that. But just want to not forget about that. Other questions, Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, my original question was going to be regarding the municipal court. We talked a little bit about this because there's some legislative changes. If we do have to actually elect a judge by next year, we'll have to have that in the budget. And so we need to look into that to make sure that that's something that we do or don't have to do. So that was one other thing I remember. And then, Mayor, if you don't mind, the last was and this may be something on the next discussion, but the code enforcement, there was, I think, 3 added to that, but I think that's in the public safety discussion, so I can hold off on that. But that was my only other question about that. So,
why don't you go ahead and address that?
As far as the philosophy of changing from community reporting the incidences to a proactive, more of a policing type of code enforcement, we as a council have never discussed that as a philosophy. Do we want the city to change to a proactive code enforcement? Do the citizens want that? I know the city administrators presented that and several times to us, and I think that's what he probably would like to see. I don't know that for sure, but I think that's a discussion we as a council should have as a policy decision. Do we want to have a proactive? What's that?
I don't think that was the approach. That's just to meet the needs.
Councilman Brown, go ahead.
What's that?
Did you want to comment publicly? Go ahead.
No, I don't think that they were looking at a proactive approach. I think it's still call and respond by adding that 1.3 staff or whatever it was.
Well, let's address that, and we'll ask staff to comment here. But Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think that was part of our public safety mill levy talks over the last 3 years about whether or not we wanted code enforcement to be more proactive. And we looked at various scenarios and the funding for various scenarios with code enforcement being proactive and getting out in front of the issues that come forward. So I think we have had that discussion. Those various talks did not, for an expanded public safety mill levy, did not pass the majority of council. So they died at that time. So I think there has been considerable work on what it would look like to have a proactive code enforcement. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask our city administrator, was that the intent?
I'm going to have Wyeth clarify that for us on the 7th conversation and any other public safety conversation we have before that, because honestly, I don't, was kind of just shooting in the text. I don't recall, and I'm leery to think, even though it is 3 plus the FTs for this year, I'm leery to think that that is going to turn us completely from reaction to proactive. I think it would give us an opportunity to do some proactive, but I don't think that's close to the resources if in our city we said we were literally going to be patrolling and knocking on doors and notifying people that are in violation. I think unfortunately our problem is big enough that these additional resources would help us do a better job of keeping up with the complaint-driven system.
Okay, maybe Wyeth wants to complain.
But I'll have Wyeth.
Just to try to jump to the chase, though, isn't this kind of obvious that it's all a matter of prioritization?
Yes.
What's really important? And if it's a complaint, it's important to somebody, and it also politically allows us to blame your neighbor rather than the bureaucrat who has to go around and enforce it. So there's a real value to prioritizing complaints. However, if the guy's driving by and he's there anyway, it makes no sense to ignore it because there wasn't a complaint. So a common sense approach seems to be the obvious one that includes both but prioritizes complaints. That's my 2 cents worth. But Wyeth, are you still awake? And if so, did you want to comment on this issue?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. And I guess I'll defer to what Chris was stating regarding following up with you on June 7th further, but my understanding and what we presented last year during the proposed public safety levy discussion was not the one that passed, but what we were talking about regarding additional resources was to move us in a proactive direction. Absolutely doesn't mean we'd be able to catch everything everywhere, but the idea was with these added resources that we would be able to be more proactive. Right now we're basically reactive entirely, almost entirely. So to be able to have some resources where we're able to focus on some issues, be out in the community more, and seeing what's going on, finding where there's issues that we need to address, not just relying on or dealing with complaint after complaint that comes in. That's the concept of what this would look like. So it does move us in that direction and gets us going on that path. So that's the idea with the resources that are proposed under the current public safety proposal.
Okay, thank you. Let's keep moving. Identifying anything else, we do want to leave time for Chris. He's got a very important issue on the timing of the public safety mill levy. May mean that we have very little time is the bottom line there. But what else? Anybody else want to get anything on Andy's to-do list?
If I may, Mayor.
Please.
You will have my email. I would welcome any emails and suggestions. And unless there's something that really needs a lot of discussion and debate, maybe we should move that direction for the remainder.
I guess I'd like to, because it's 9:30 and we still have an important element about the public safety mill levy. So let's call it good there and turn it to Chris.
Thank you. Andy, can you pull up?
Yep, I'll get that here.
So this first topic, so to try to be clear about what we need to decide. Obviously, we're not going to decide tonight if we're doing a public safety levy or not, but there's a timeline change that I've learned about in the last 12 hours, maybe 14 now or 15, that is important to understand on the first option. So, and that's working with Brett. So I won't go back through. We can skip right along to actually, first, why don't we go a couple more slides up? Sorry. Thanks to this.
Yep.
So, in order to the simplified piece of the statute is you have essentially had to take all of your action. So that's in our case to amend the charter, an ordinance, first reading, second reading, and the resolution that places the item on the ballot a minimum of 85 days before that election. Using last year's calendar, I didn't recognize that June 1st happens to be this year on a Monday. So I thought I had one more week than I had. So the bottom line is, what we showed you earlier this week had a first reading on June 14th, because that's something we did last year. But really, this year, it would have to be June 1st. We don't have a meeting June 1st. That happens to be kind of a fifth Monday, and I will tell you, just like you, the staff is very excited whenever they see a fifth Monday, because that means we're not all here on a Monday night. In this case, that was not planned to be a meeting. That Tuesday, actually, because it comes after the holiday. So if we were to do something, and that's where if we're to do something to start collecting revenue in 2021, the only way to do that was to have it tied to the primary. In order to tie it to the primary, that June 1 date would be critical for first reading. June 14 would be second reading and resolution. So what's the difference in what would be presented to the public? And please, I recognize a ton of assumptions here. That just for this discussion, the assumption is we're going to do a levy, and it's going to be somewhere close to what we showed earlier this week. If you were to pull this off so it was collecting money in FY22, the language would be phased, or the levy would be phased over 2 fiscal years pretty easily, because we can't hire all those folks in this immediate first year. So something like, and just give me a little bit of grace here, 17 mills would be the first year. Roughly half of the $96. The second year, FY23, would be the other 16 mills. So you'd phase that $100 over 2 fiscal years, so it would phase the impact on the taxpayer over 2 fiscal years. If we stick with the general election approach, we don't collect this year. We'll collect first time in 2023, so November, like as we said, November of next year is when you start collecting. If you wanted to phase, you wouldn't be able to phase the tax. You know, we would need to make it the full $96, $97 in that year, assuming we're going to get after implementing ASAP. We're not going to wait a year or 18 months to start implementing the strategies. What I provided here in yellow and red was just the concept, and the mayor and a few of you seem to have some interest. And well, what if we were to deal with the staffing of Station 8 in this levy and put it off for a few years to collect? I'm just telling you, roughly, you're talking about 11 mills or $33 a year based on what we know today. So, I realize that we're pretty tight in numerous things, not the least of which is June 7th is when you'll get the Center for Public Safety Fire Department conversation for a couple hours. I'm not expecting that to be a 15-minute presentation and a move on. I like PD, I would hope we would spend a couple hours really understanding from the consultant what the recommendations and why the recommendations are what they are. But the rest of that night on the budget. So really, I think here the bottom line is if you want to phase the roll in, we got to move as fast as we can. If you're not so concerned about phasing in the cost effect to the taxpayer, then we've got weeks here instead of days. The other thing, just generally, and pretty confident in all my conversations with Andy, I know we're on the same page here. Though we don't like to spend reserve on operational expenses, it's a totally different thing. If the voters have said yes, and we know we're going to start collecting 1 year out, yeah, our cash position is we could absolutely get after full implementation, amending the budget that you just adopt so that we get after implementing the strategies once the voters have made a decision and you know that the money is going to be coming in later. So that's really the key is, do you want the clerk's office to advertise that discussion on June 1st and for us to have a meeting on June 1st. Because if we don't, we have to start advertising it the end of this week. Or early next week. If we don't start advertising, then we can't have that meeting, period. I just didn't want to take that option away from you, not knowing this new, more refined information today.
So let's start with just questions, make sure we understand the facts of what Chris is laying out. Is it understood, or does somebody want to question to make sure they understand? So Councilmember Ronning and Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you. I understand the facts that you're laying out. My question is in regard to, can you go back to the previous slide? So one of the things you presented is what council feels comfortable with in regard to the phased or just kind of all at once. But I guess I would propose that I think it's a little bit more than that, because this is a difference of the voters voting in September and the voters voting in November.
Correct.
So I think there's a little bit difference there. Can you share with us, now I would see benefit in regard to if we had a couple extra months to be out there talking about it, benefit there. But what's the general feel of, in previous discussions, what we've heard is that mill levies would tend to be more favorable to pass if it were on a primary versus a general election. Is that still correct? Have you had any conversations about that? Like, is there a benefit to possibly passage over one of these dates?
Sure, thank you. This is not consultant-backed,
Yeah.
This is, decades of experience doing polling and everything else. What I do think, pretty comfortable saying, a year ago, there was really consistent data relative to a general election that was a presidential national election. That there was an advantage to not being there because so much focus is on other things. So when you're on a primary or a special, it's more likely that folks who are serious about the issue, pro or con, are going to be engaged in it. My presumption is for 2021, there's not that much a difference between the two, because we really are, they're both municipal elections. They're both city elections. The primary, which may not have to even happen, and the general that is going to happen is a city election. No senators, no congressmen, no president on it. So that's my speculation, that there's not that big of a difference between the two. The big difference is when you start collecting. And I would agree with you, time in this case, we'd like as much time, I think, as we can on the education front, which also in part has me saying that even though this schedule is the technical bottom deadlines for the November, let's please not wait until July 26th. I would keep the schedule I showed you earlier this week, so that budget adoption night, you've made a decision as to if we're going with the levy, and that gives an extra 30 days for the outside groups to be raising money and educating, and us educating. So let's not lose a whole 60 days or 4 or 6 weeks if we choose not to hurry up and try to do June 1st.
Totally.
Okay, Councilor Boyette, now just to second that, in the past where you've got a presidential election, the cost of media just goes absolutely through the roof. Yeah. And for a little something like this, and people get frustrated on a long ballot, and they just want to vote no by the time they get to the end. Yeah. This doesn't sound like to be that situation, but Councilmember Boyette?
I guess my thought was, we heard from the Chamber of Commerce, who didn't support us last time, said that they would support us this time. Would there be time for them if we did the hurry-up job versus the not hurry-up job? If they were to help us, would that have time for them to help us, I guess?
It certainly is less time. I've met with John since Monday, and they are committed to doing what's been done in the past, to be fundraising and doing the whole private sector thing that we can't do. I don't think one's a no or a yes, but they're very interested in helping us, to make sure we succeed.
Okay, so what is your recommendation, since you're the,
I feel anxious, honestly, that if we'd had the fire CPSM report a month ago, just candidly, I think you would be feeling better about the whole fire piece of this, and we wouldn't be quite so crammed. So I'm tempted to say that the general election, keep with the June 14th June 7th discussion. Ideally, then follow that calendar, so June 28th, you're adopting second reading if you end up going there.
and you go back on a screen then?
Yeah, I took it, I amended it to this. Wasn't it June 14th and June 28th? I think the only differences were that the orange would be June 14th, first reading. The gray would be June 28th, second reading. And then now we can go, the vote is November 2. We start collecting in November of 22. That would be my recommendation, as much as I'd like to take the momentum that we've got going. I think that's probably the wiser path.
Councilmember Neese?
Thank you. So just to be clear, I don't have a calendar here in front of me. I guess I can pull it up. But there's probably no more days that we can pull the CPMS report, the fire report up, and some of this other stuff up early, so we can still make the June 1st deadline. Is that pretty much? Because we just don't have enough time to notify, and probably stuff on the agenda we just can't. What about extra meetings if we had to? I mean, is there any other way to keep that primary deadline? Because I don't think we should move forward with a primary deadline or primary option if we can't really have all the information first. So
Kevin, do you have any, I mean, it would mean that we'd have to get CPSM here June 1st, not June 7th would be, or even before June 1st. But I would think we can ask that question tomorrow of them, but I want to make sure that they and we are well prepared into that discussion to really maximize what that dialogue is between you and them, so that you walk out confident in that report, as I think we were when I realized everything wasn't wrapped up with a bow on it. But I think we left the CPSM PD report at least understanding what all the recommendations and why they were. Now it's kind of between the chief and you guys and us to implement. That's where I want to be after the fire consultants will walk out the door, and now we're using the document.
Okay. Well, I guess I would voice my opinion to go for the general target, because we just don't have the information.
Okay, thanks. So that's.
So Chris?
Yeah.
You keep saying June 1st, but that's a work session. We can't have a first reading on a work session.
No, we'd advertise it as a.
Oh, you're
nothing.
talking about advertising.
I'm sorry. We'd make it a special meeting.
Oh.
Period, because we don't. So we're early enough that you can call and you could schedule that to be a special meeting.
So Chris, make them second on the agenda.
Say that again.
Make them the second on the agenda, number 2.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
We're doing budget and fire, so do budget first and then keep them around, and so at midnight then they can start giving us our presentation.
June 1st is a Tuesday.
Is that all seriousness? I'm sorry. Is that sarcasm or?
Yes, I'm serious.
I don't think it. Yeah.
But June 7th right now is a working meeting now.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
you're
correct.
saying right now, June 14th for your first reading ordinance?
Yep.
Those are the dates that you're looking at right now for a general election?
Yeah.
But just to clarify, Chris, although we understand your desire to keep momentum, the actual drop dead date wouldn't be until the end of the first week of August.
You could have changed this one. Okay.
Correct? That's because roughly the first week of August. I'll let you get whatever you're looking at.
That one too. Oh, this. There you go.
So I want to help Andy out a little bit here. He's been sitting through Teamster negotiations all day today.
It's been a pleasure.
Until he got here. So being a little younger in his career and sitting through a full day of negotiation and then coming here to do the budget 3 nights in a row, he's pretty exhausted.
Okay, well, that's exactly the timeline. That was my point, that we really would have until the first week of August to authorize and get it to the election administrator if we needed it.
Yes, you'd have to do the first reading by that July 26th, second reading and resolution by the August 9th in order. Miss those deadlines and there's no way to be on the general ballot. And you may or may not choose to stick with a June 14th, June 28th, and still the November.
So if we noticed it for the June 14th date, but we were not comfortable with that, probably what we would do is just continue that first reading meeting, I guess, until a subsequent business meeting in June or July.
Yep.
Okay. So is anybody wanting to advocate for the, get it on the September ballot? Because what I'm hearing is a preponderance in favor of the November election.
Yes.
So I guess I have a follow-up question. So I guess I'm thinking about the fundraising, the marketing for this and everything. So is there, and maybe I just missed it, is there a reason why we still couldn't keep this and still have it on the November?
No, that's exactly what I would recommend. I would recommend.
Right.
The mayor's pointing out the deadlines, and that's correct. The deadlines are that next slide. If I'm messing with the thing, the deadline is the July and the August 9th. Is that the right date? Can't be passed then, but I would I think you and I are on the same page.
Right.
Let's still stick
Right.
with a June 14th. And a June 28th, then providing all of us an extra month to educate other groups to raise money and promote and
Yes.
you know, I wouldn't stall or delay. And I hope and believe after June 1st, or I'm sorry, June 7th, hopefully people will gain a higher comfort level that we've answered questions about the levy, as well as you've gotten the CPSM report and you've made a decision, oh yeah, I really like this, or no, I'm not on board with what we presented to you relative to implementing the first chunk of the quick response teams.
Okay, I think we've kind of addressed the timing issue then. Agreed?
Yep.
Agreed? Okay. Then you had the language up, and at least in conceptual form, Chris, on one of those slides. Is that something you wanted us to?
No.
Okay.
Not
All right,
tonight.
fine.
I mean, I will tell you, it's generally word for word from last year's, but last year and this year is different. We don't have a repeal and replace, and we had phase in, so no, I don't think we should try to wordsmith it tonight, but we'll need to do that wordsmithing piece for sure, but we've got some time to do that in the upcoming days and weeks.
Okay. And the second stage of Station 8, you recommend that we address that after we've seen the public safety study?
I think so. I think that's what's going to give you the comfort level as to whether you want to include it. And I think it's a really healthy policy decision. You absolutely, remind you, having the authority to levy more mills because the voters give them to you, don't mandate that you levy them. And for those who say, oh, that'll never happen, 12 of the 13 budgets I did in Bozeman before I was here we did not levy the max. So you don't have to, but Billings is in this precarious position where it's always up against that cap, or often, not always. There's been years in the past it hasn't been too. So I wouldn't get into this. I think the last thing I need to touch on is, so this I think covers everything with public safety. We won't schedule a June 1 special meeting. Is your comfort level with moving back to City Hall? I mentioned this to some of you, but I haven't caught you all. July 6th.
We have voted on one part of that, should we have public comment and then go into this next part?
Good question. We should have public comment on this item generally.
Yeah, it's certainly our trend. I mean, it's not mandated statutorily, but you've consistently done it on items.
Sure. We do want to, and I know there might be some people listening who want to influence that decision, so. What's that?
No attendees.
There is nobody? Okay. Denise, there's no one else.
Oh, come on.
There's no attendees online.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to be clear on what Mr. Kukulski had on his slide when he says, okay, we're going to do June 14th for the first reading and June 28th for second reading and passage of a resolution. But did he also say that there would be the vote at the primary on September 14th?
No.
No.
That would be November 2nd, the November election.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
I'm good with that. Thanks.
And Denise, there's nobody on Zoom?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anybody in the library today who would like to comment on this item number 2, our budget review and timing of public safety mill levy? No. Okay, public. I'm tired of all that public comment, so we're done. Okay. Anything else, Chris, on item number 2 that you want to?
I'm sorry, I need you to understand it so you can give me feedback later or tonight, which is moving back to City Hall. We can't do it before June the 21st because we've already advertised public hearings. I'm anxious about moving on June 21st, the week before budget adoption. So I do not suggest we change things up. That puts us to July 6th, first meeting at City Hall. My suggestion is we move there for July 6th. There's some advantages, won't go into them. But we're testing that sound system for hybrid usage, not of you guys, but hybrid for public and consultant or staff presentations. And the way the world is going right now with back orders and all this kind of stuff, there may be a period of time where we can't offer the hybrid because we just don't have the system. And I'm assuming that's okay, that there's no law mandate in it. But you may say to me, from a policy perspective, we want to stay in this room until we can provide that hybrid to the public. And if that's the case, we'll keep working on it and report back. But are you okay if worst case scenario, we're back July 6th, City Hall, and we may be a few weeks or months where we can't offer hybrid to the public because we're having technology equipment challenges?
Okay, let's talk about that. I would say we would want as much information as possible. One meeting is different from 2 months. I like the idea of being able to let people comment by Zoom. So from my perspective, that should still be the ultimate goal. But Councilmember Ewald had his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Why is it that we can't stay here?
We can, but this is taking a lot more resources. This is absolutely, I mean, I got library people, I've got IT people, you guys we got IT backup, so we are spending more resources, definitely on a staff hour side and salary side to operate out of this location than if we're back at City Hall.
Follow up, so why do we need people to babysit us here but not in City Hall?
Because you will not have any of those PCs in front of you to operate the meeting. If you want a PC in front of you as your notepad for your packet, that's okay, but you're not going to be Zooming with a computer in front of you, so if something fails, technology-wise, you're the only one out with your computer right now. If we have failures or drops, people can't hear, the sound system affects each other, things like that. So that's why there's a lot more staff resources to doing it, how we're doing it here now, than when we get back to City Hall.
So we would just watch people on a screen? if they were attending by Zoom.
Yeah, what I'm envisioning, frankly, long-term is, yes, consultants will be able to be seen on a screen presenting. It'll save us some money, long-term travel expenses, and the public would be able to do it that way. But law, as we all know, is not going to allow you guys to use that system once the emergency's lifted.
Okay, further discussion. Councilor Brown and Neese.
I would say right now, if the intent is to continue using the Zoom, I would say we don't move until we know it works over there. Because if it's down for any amount of time, then now you've broken that cycle. Everybody got used to it. We're gonna hear a bunch of complaints about, it not working anymore. So I would recommend we stay here until we have that.
That's how we know we're good.
Okay,
Are you
Councilor.
guys okay with that?
Councilor Neese, you had your hand up.
So I'd like to get back to the council chambers as soon as possible. So, but I also agree with Councilman Brown that I don't want to move over there if we have something that works for the public to call in and comment. But I would like to state, I don't want to see staff on Zoom. I think it's important staff are in the chamber with us. There's times that we can talk to them before, after, during breaks. The public can talk to them, get clarification. So I think it's valuable to have staff on site. And so the only Zoom we would need then is for the public to Zoom in. That would be the only technological piece that we need to make sure it's working. And that would probably make it easier, faster. Plus, even though staff is here and it's kind of working, sometimes the staff get cut out, they freeze, and so it's better to have them there.
We share that. The only way we did what we did is mask mandates didn't get lifted till late last week, and so we started the budget one way and we said, let's just finish the budget consistently rather than switching in the middle.
Yeah, so your time in July I'm okay with that. So, but make sure it's all of us, including staff.
Yeah, and let me just give a little pushback on that, which is the huge burden it is on staff to sit in a room for 3 hours for just in case something happens, or because they've got a 10-minute piece at the end. Okay, but is that fair to them if they're on salary? They're not getting paid anything more for that. If it's a significant presentation, of course, it's beneficial to have them in person. But I guess I would leave that up to the discretion of the city administrator to exercise some discretion on that. But that's my view. Councilmember Tariki?
I would just say that I'm a little on both sides of this for a number of different reasons, but I have been advocating using technology like this in public sector since the 1990s, and I would not like to see us move backwards and get people unused to using it. I would, despite the fact that it's hard for me to hear in this setting and it's a lot easier for me to hear in the council chambers, I would rather not take a chance of losing the momentum that we have right now with people coming to these meetings. I mean, when we have a really hot topic or something like that, it's going to mean longer meetings, actually, probably, but at the same time, it's going to mean better public engagement and better public involvement in what's going on. Because frankly, not everybody's going to drive down here to sit in a room for 5 hours. It's just not a really good public engagement type of model. So I would prefer to stay here until we know we can switch back over to the old location.
Okay, that appears to be the majority view. Councilor Boyette, you had your hand up.
Yeah, just that many people I've talked to said they're not happy with this forum. They can't hear us at home. Channel 7 isn't as good. They can't hear from this one speaker up here. I think we need to go back as soon as we can, but let's not go back till it's fixed. So let's get on the stick, get it fixed, and let's move back.
We'll keep communicating with you. We do have 2 days set up with the whole team, testing again everything next week. And if everything is working, then we'll be off and running sooner. So thanks for the feedback.
You're done?
I am done.
Okay, let's move on then to items of general council discussion before public comment on non-agenda items. Any items of general council discussion? No. Okay. Any public comment on non-agenda items? Anything we didn't talk about tonight? Non-agenda items.
I'll be fast. Mayor and Council, Jennifer Owen, 906 Royal Avenue. I will be quick, I know it's late. However, I cannot miss the opportunity, since I was not able to be here last night, to advocate for, not complain, but advocate for Heights Parks. We have been working very hard on Castle Rock Park, and we appreciate council's support to get us where we have been so far. We are still working under the hope that we will be able to begin construction on our playground this summer. However, I did want to echo and thank Councilmember Neese and support his comments that restoring the pavilions at Castle Rock and Centennial, we really would ask that that be a priority. If there are excess funds, if there are grants, if there are ways for us to get those pavilions back in the budget, they really are important for our community, for Castle Rock, and I won't speak for Centennial, but I presume for Centennial as well. Having that space where we can do events, where we can do gatherings, where we can be together as a community really is important. Agreed that it didn't belong to be funded out of PD1, but really did want to echo that we're excited about the playground, but would really love to see that pavilion return if there's any way to prioritize that for funding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment on non-agenda item? Don't see any. So, good night, everyone. We're adjourned.
He's a cowboy, you know, he lived the cowboy life, he's wild, he loved women. You know,